something you should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hey everyone, I'm still trying to get my stuff together. Hold on just a minute, let me change the background. I see a bunch of people in chat. Thank you for being here. Anders, Bad Girl, Trixie, Eek, Joy. Yeah, a lot of folks are upset, Joy. Jenny, Courtney, Serena, Anna D, thank you for being here. I saw Jennifer Hoff earlier and Zio. And Jenny, I think I said you. Shaboogies. That's who I was looking for, Shaboogies. I knew there was somebody else. Thank you all for being here today. Today, I wanted to talk about another tragedy that happened in Delphi right around the same time that Abby and Libby, Abellis should be here shortly, hopefully. I wanted to talk about another tragedy in Delphi that happened right around the same time that Abby and Libby were unalived. And so yesterday I had pulled some information on it and we didn't get a chance to go over it. So I am going to go over that and a little bit of other information about some questionable things going on in the trial other than the document that I read yesterday. So we're going to go back 7 years ago. And we'll start with this news clip. So this is going to be from the same news station channel that we have been watching for the Delphi updates. This is from them, and this was 7 years ago.
Just blessing the house, blessing the family, letting them know that.
Let me go ahead and give you guys a heavy trigger warning on this. This is going to be hard to watch. I know there's supposedly some stuff on here that's going to be real hard to watch, so I just want to go ahead and give you all that trigger warning.
We're here for them. You know, this is a community. Like I said, it doesn't affect one family, it affects us all.
Just about everyone in their small Indiana town knew them. 4 young sisters who all died in a fire at their family home. And tonight, as a memorial grows at the scene, grief counselors are helping the community cope with the loss.
And they're also praying for the recovery of the girl's mother and 2 police officers who were also injured in that fire. 2 of the 3 are still hospitalized at this hour.
Now, this happened in Flora, about halfway between Lafayette and Kokomo in Caroll County. Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally on what investigators are looking closely at tonight and the response from devastated neighbors.
The sheriff says Officer Josh Dissinger, injured in the rescue attempt, is home, but his deputy, Drew Yoder, still in the hospital. Nighttime at the site of the fire fatalities, now a place of remembrance. Earlier near sunset, JoJo Plunkett visited the memorial to 4 young sisters killed in a house fire long before sunrise Monday.
And they would be out here playing and riding their bikes, and we're all going to miss them. Terribly going to miss them.
The girl's mother injured along with 2 police officers who tried to save the sisters' lives. Local and state fire marshals spent the day at the wood frame 3-story house at Columbia and Division Streets, where friends say the family lived a short time. Still unclear how the fire started, investigators are looking at the first floor electrical system.
Yes, Jesus loves them. Yes, Jesus loves them.
Monday night, moms like Nikki LaRue brought their children to the scene. Their kids wanted to come. They wanted to share their grief. Moms wanted to come too.
I mean, losing one child is hard enough. Losing 4, I can't imagine.
Schools had counselors Monday. The children who died range from preschool to 6th grade.
I put some flowers. I knew the 2 little girls. Kira was very fun.
This, like I said, this is hard to watch. I do appreciate that the community was coming out in such, with such compassion. I appreciate that, and I apologize. This is hard to watch. I'm going to show you basically what information I have on this fire, and then I'm going to show you how it's kind of related And there's a lot of questions that remain to this day about this horrible house fire. Hello, Toxic Orchard and Undef Hichu. Thank you both for being here.
And very exciting. And Caroll, I didn't play with that much. We just played around a little.
Such an early age, such a heavy loss.
I miss them.
We're all, a tight-knit community, and for this to happen, you see it on TV. You don't ever think it's going to hit home.
At a Flora church Monday night, counselors were available to first responders.
We left a few items on the steps here for the girls.
I left the teddy bear here. It's hard to deal with it.
Her whole world revolved around those girls. She was a single mom working very hard, and like I said, her babies were her angels. I can't imagine what she's going through.
The sheriff says Drew Yoder, the deputy, suffered burns to his lungs that the next 24 to 48 hours will be crucial.
Yeah, I to this comment that says, thank God Richard Allen was found guilty. Score 1 for Abby and Libby, and score 0 for the online conspiracy grifters. So I do want to tell you that all thoughts, opinions, and speculations are welcome in my channel. I'm not a grifter. You will never find a Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal link on my page, and I don't ask for money. I would like for you, however, to hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down, either way. Any interaction with the channel would be great. And again, thank you for telling us your thoughts, conspiracies, and speculations and opinions. Appreciate that. Have a good day.
Crucial for him. John.
All right, so let's go to the next clip I have on this.
It's kind of just blessing the house, blessing the family.
So I wanted to play the ones from 7 years ago so we could get it, get the information from 7 years ago and then kind of work back towards today.
Hey, have you ever been told you have a...
Actually, I have been told I have a nice voice. Thanks for asking. All right. This is going to talk about, this is from the same news channel, and it's going to talk about concerns raised over Flora fire investigation.
And even the inference that it's about race is so very wrong.
Delphi is Delphi, Flora is Flora. But I would have appreciated a little bit more help, a little bit more concern about my family as they did the other families.
Well, nearly a year after these 4 young sisters died in a fire, the investigation into what started it, even who started it.
Hello, Lindsay. Where did it go? There it is. Lindsay Hendricks. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, Eek says write a 5-paragraph essay explaining that comment, and the person who made the comment laughed back at her. I love to see everybody getting along in chat. Thank you. Thank you for being here, everybody, again.
Started it is at the center of a huge controversy tonight. Allegations of a cover-up and botched police work are stirring up some very strong emotions. In fact, both from the family and from the detectives in charge of solving this arson.
Hours after the NAACP questioned the handling of the case, people living in Caroll County are weighing in on those accusations.
Tonight, our Emily Longnecker found that many people are still trying to understand how 6 children have been killed in 2 separate tragedies.
Well, John and Andrea, here in downtown Flora, just across the street from where 4 little girls died, there is a flyer hanging up on a business asking for information about the fire that killed them. And on the same business...
That flyer is also on the thumbnail of this video. If anybody watching this knows anything about it, please contact the numbers that are on the flyer. It's on the thumbnail of my video. If anybody actually has information and is from that area, please contact your local authorities. Please do not contact their local authorities with thoughts, opinions, and speculations. Thank you so much.
Business window. There's also a flyer here. Take a look to the teens murdered in Delphi. Both cases remain unsolved, and both cases say the folks here in Flora still keep them up at night.
I think this is hard. I mean, it's really hard to sit and think, 4 girls died here.
Even harder for people living in Flora to think that 11 months later,
Investigators still don't have any answers about who started the fire that killed those sisters.
I think it's a shame that these girls aren't getting the justice that they deserve.
Every single day I think of them, many times.
Every time she steps outside of her house and sees the boarded up windows on the house next door, Lisa Boyd is reminded of those four sisters, Kiana, Kiara, Caroll, and Kiani.
How can somebody do that to four little girls?
It's the same kind of question just 15 minutes down the road in Delphi. People there have asked about the...
Hello, Tanyasha. I'm probably botching that, and I'm so sorry. Tanyasha. Gideons, thank you for being here. I'm so sorry if I botched your name. That person says that Ellie did nothing but blame the mom. The community did not rally behind the family like Delphi. Doug Carter even admitted this was not their best investigative work. That's an issue for me. I don't think the mom had anything to do with this. I question a lot of the motives behind this, and that's why I wanted to kind of bring it to everyone's attention and focus in more on Doug Carter in particular, and his relation to this case and Delphi. But I really wanted to bring this back to the forefront so that we remember the Flora fires and everything that happened there as well. Hey, True Crime Addict, and thank you for being here.
These two girls, Libby German and Abby Williams, whose murders also remain unsolved.
They are different cases, and neither one deserves less attention than the other, neither deserves more attention.
Some, though, have questioned the attention and resources the Delphi case has received compared to the one in Flora. Boyd says it's no one's fault that the Delphi case has had more clues that investigators have released to the public, like a picture of the suspect and recording of his voice.
We don't have that here. We don't have somebody's face. We don't have a voice.
Boyd doesn't think the two cases should be compared, saying parents in both lost children they love.
When Bridge guy came up and said down the hill, Basil jumped up. I just thought it was kind of funny.
I don't like to think it's Florida versus Delphi and anything other than football around here. I think we've all come together to help one another and to do the best we can in these awful, awful circumstances. Neither town is used to something like this.
And we spoke on the phone tonight to the mom of these beautiful four little girls, and she tells us that she just wishes investigators would tell her something. Galen Rose says every time she breathes, she wishes she could have her babies back. John, Andrea.
Such a heartbreaking story. Emily, thank you.
And as we said, the NAACP got involved in the case and the family's call for answers.
In fact, leaders of the organization believe the case has been bungled, and they also say police are not updating family members.
Nobody's been brought to justice. Nobody is talking to the family to even update them on the status of the investigation. But it smells of a cover-up, because how are you going to go and have an investigation for almost a year and it doesn't appear that we're any further along on this?
The NAACP is now promising to push state and local officials for more information and more attention.
And tonight, there are claims of the man in charge of the Indiana State Police defending his agency and commitment to solving this arson case. The superintendent, Doug Carter, was emotional in his response, saying that he would give his life to find out who killed these girls.
The fact that the NAACP felt the need to get involved tells me a lot. And Shabugi said that they were one of the only few African-American families in that area. So then you have to question, was it racially motivated? Or could there have been a racially motivated aspect to the crime? And I don't want to get into politics. I'm just, I want to put all aspects out there.
The sticky note is of those four little girls, to include Abby and Libby, and Connie, and Caroll, and Kiara, and Kiana. Sticky note's been on my desk for months, close to a year now. And I have the exact same one at home. It's the last thing I see every single day.
He denied any sort of cover-up and is encouraging the NAACP to continue spreading awareness. And if you know anything about the fire that killed these four girls, you can call this tip line. The number is on your screen right now. We've also posted it for you at WTHR.com. There's a reward of up to $9,000 for information leading to an arrest.
Okay, I think that was the two
What if recording high quality
that I had from the time of the crime. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Let me make it small
Kind of
screen.
just blessing the house, blessing the family.
Okay. So we got 6 years later. This is going to be dashboard camera video reveals rescue attempt in deadly Flora fire. Okay, so this is going to be, again, heavy trigger warning. This is going to be hard to watch because from what it sounds like, it is exactly what it sounds like. So I just wanted to share this real quick. And again, heavy trigger warning.
For the first time, you're about to see law enforcement video of the Flora
Hey, Hobby
arson
Farmer.
fire.
More than 6 years ago, the fire claimed the lives of 4 young girls. They were sisters, ages 5 to 11. Their names were Kiani Welsh, Caroll McDonald, Kiara Phillips, and Kiana Davis.
The video that you're about to see will be difficult for some people to watch, but it does provide the clearest picture so far of the valiant but unsuccessful efforts to try and rescue those.
Hobby Farmer. No, I think that she was there and she actually received injuries trying to go back in to get her children. And the police went back in to try to get them too. And the mother and the police received injuries trying to go get the children. I think everybody that knows the case personally and most of the public don't think that she was involved in any way, shape, or form. There's a lot of questions, though, still in the Flora fire situation.
Girls that night.
Chief Investigator Steve Brown has our exclusive story.
This story centers on Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Drew Yoder. He suffered serious injuries attempting to reach the 4 girls killed in the Flora fire. We have only ever heard from the deputy once at a brief news conference 6 weeks after the fire.
Some nights it brings tears to my eyes. Sometimes I try not to go past her, but I still think of those 4 little girls standing out there, dancing around, smiling at you, waving at you.
This is dashcam video of Yoder responding to the fire. You will only see what the camera is pointed at, but Yoder is wearing a microphone, and at times you will hear much more than you see. All right. Flora.
Again, heavy trigger warning. This is going to get hard to hear.
Police officer Josh Dysinger arrives seconds before Yoder. The first voice you'll hear is the girl's mother, Galen Rose.
Where is it? Go upstairs. County, send cutler fire as well. Get cutler fire in there as well. Yeah, where are the kids? Upstairs. One's upstairs. Stay around the corner to the left. Back it down. Guys, the next as well. Josh, you good? Josh, you good? I'm good. You good? I'll get cool, man. I'll get cool.
Inside the house, Yoder faced intense heat and thick smoke without protective gear while trying to climb this set of stairs. Then at the top, a landing on the left and another shorter set of stairs leading to the girl's bedroom. The girl's mother desperately tries to direct Yoder around that landing.
You go around the corner. Please. Let's go. Keep going.
But the smoke was too much.
County, send tones. Keep sending off tones, please. We still got 4 kids inside. We can't get inside.
Yoder runs back to his car and races to the Flora Fire Department just 4 blocks away. The deputy is also a volunteer firefighter. The drive takes 24 seconds. He exits his car, races in, and yells to get the equipment moving.
Hey, clean the roll, dude. There's people inside.
For the next 45 seconds, it sounds like Yoder is getting into his turnout gear. He then runs back to his car, races back to the scene, with fire trucks just behind him.
Hey, they're coming. They're right here, dude. They're right here. They're coming.
Both Deputy Yoder and Officer Deisinger quickly put on air packs to re-enter the house. If you look here, you can see one of them entering, crawling on hands and knees. Just seconds later.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not able to talk right now. But I'm just gonna keep playing this.
Something has gone wrong. At 3:45, an emergency call goes out. Officer down. Other firefighters are now working to rescue Yoder while still trying to reach the 4 girls. And as the fire starts moving more rapidly right to left, from the back of the house to the front door, an alarm sounds, signaling an air pack low on oxygen. Firefighters would reach Yoder and the 4 girls and bring them out. Feverish attempts at CPR were performed on the girls without success. Yoder was rushed to the hospital. At the same time, flames engulfed the entire house. The last thing we see on the video is an advanced life support vehicle pulling up just before 4 a.m. It would be almost 2 months before it was announced the fire was an arson. In the 6+ years since, the investigation has not produced an arrest. Before making our final decision.
Okay. I know that was hard to watch. It was hard for me to watch. I'm still dealing with that. The reason I showed that, though, is to show that I don't in any way think that the mother had anything to do with this. I don't think the police that were there trying to rescue the children had anything to do with this. And I think we could see that from the video we just watched. That man tried very hard to get in there and get to them babies. I do have a problem with it being an arson, though, and I really think that we need to talk more about that and try to help figure out who caused this arson, or try to get it back into the forefront of the minds of the people that can find who did this arson in that area, the local sheriffs, et cetera, to try to figure this out, because this is just horrible. And the fact that it's never been solved to this day is astonishing to me. I just don't understand how you couldn't find anything. Like, there had to be something left there. Like, would all DNA burn up in the fire? Like, if there was fingerprints or like anything like that? I question, like, would the oils from your fingers, if you left fingerprints, would they deteriorate in a fire? I'm assuming they would, but is there no cameras around? Like, there has to be a way to solve this crime, right?
To air the dash cam video, we did show it to Galen Rose at her request.
Hello, everybody who just walked in, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you, Bama Cat, for asking this question and for being here. Bama Cat asked, where in the house did the fire start? That is a good question, and I am not sure, honestly.
She supports airing the video. It is her hope that it will generate tips from the public that might finally bring this case to a close. That number is 1-800-382-4628. You do not have to give your name to provide information. Steve Brown, Fox 59 Investigates.
We hope someone out there knows something about this case. Steve, thank you. You can take a closer look at that video at fox59.com. It's there, edited only for profanity. You can also see all of our coverage on the investigation into the Flora fire on our website as well. Leah?
Okay. Again, I apologize. I know that was hard to watch. I have a live stream where they're relating it to Delphi.
Being forced to see ads?
Hold on a minute.
Getting paid to see ads?
Sorry about that. Okay. Hold on a minute. It's going to show this now. But I have a video relating it to Delphi, but I question if I need to do that, because I don't want to relate it to Delphi, really. We're going to watch this. This is Unsolved 6 years later. I mean, I think there's correlation between the two, but I think we need to look at these as two separate cases at the same time, if you understand what I'm saying.
You will never procrastinate again once you understand this, because
I am glad that you have found this, but I'm sure even after watching your video, people will still procrastinate, buddy.
First marks 6 years since a house fire killed 4 sisters in Flora, Indiana. The girls were between the ages of 5 and 11. They were trapped in the fire. A lengthy investigation eventually determined the fire was arson. No one has ever been arrested.
This Tanyasha Gideons said someone came into the home and spread accelerant in the pantry. So the pantry is going to be downstairs, probably right under the room where the girls were at. If I had to think about a layout of that type of house, it's usually going to be towards the back of the house, because those houses were built in the old days where your kitchens were at the back of the house. And if their room was up at the top and to the left, it probably would have been also at the back of the house. So I don't know. Let me just put out there, I don't know. This is allegedly speculating. I do not know. I was not there. But judging by the layout of houses that are like that, more than likely the fire would have started under their bedroom and went up quickly.
13 News has followed this investigation from the very beginning, and we've talked with family members who are upset at the lack of answers.
It's one of the worst things that ever happened in Carroll County. It might be the worst.
It's been 6 months since 4 little girls died in a house fire in Flora. Now, Indiana State Police say it has identified persons of interest.
I believe that somebody knows who was in that house that morning on November the 21st. And I hope they have the courage to talk about that experience and why. Because we have lots of questions.
Kiana, Kiara, Caroll, and Connie all died in the rental home where they lived on East Columbia Street. Their converted apartment went up in flames. There were no batteries in the smoke detectors upstairs where the girls slept. Their mother, Galen Rose, says she awoke to thick, suffocating smoke. She ran outside screaming for help. 2 officers narrowly escaped with their lives trying to save the girls.
We're taking each one of those rooms and looking at those independently, taking a look at all possible causes.
At first, the Indiana...
So I've heard that it was possibly racially motivated, and I've also heard that it was rug related. I don't know. I don't know about the rug aspect of it. I don't know. I've just heard those rumors. Somebody said in the comment section earlier that there was a video of a guy walking down the steps that morning that looked like Bridge Guy, and I think that's the relation to the Delphi case and the fact that it's so close.
Indiana State Fire Marshal's investigators thought wiring behind the refrigerator started the fire. Then in January, a stunning announcement made through a hastily sent press release on a Saturday afternoon.
The house fire that killed 4 young sisters was intentionally set.
Indiana Department of Homeland Security arson investigator Dennis Randall said there were accelerants found throughout the home. It was alarming news.
I'm angry. They took 4 lives from me.
But unlike the killings of 2 teens just a few miles away in Delphi, there was no press conference, no unified stance with state and federal investigators vowing to track down the culprit, and no notification of the arson announcement to the Carroll County prosecutor or key investigators.
I want publicity about this case because I want it to be solved.
Was ISP aware that that release was going out on Saturday?
We were not.
The fallout...
Tanyasha has lots of good information about this, and I appreciate you telling us. Tanyasha Gideon says that the back door was broken and did not lock. The firefighter was burned from the accelerant. So was the mom, Galen Rose. And then Eek, you asked what was the accelerant. I would assume gasoline or kerosene or something to that effect.
Well, behind the scenes was immediate. Superintendent Carter says the release was premature because ATF had yet to get evidence back from the lab.
There has been conversation about what happens has got to be shared with the ISP and with the detectives assigned to this.
But 13 Investigates has learned that hasn't happened. An independent arson investigator working the case sent a scathing email to the Department of Homeland Security and Fire Marshal Jim Greason about the DHS investigation. A copy of the email also came to 13 Investigates. The Michigan Investigator writes, the press release by the state fire marshal about the conclusions of their investigation are not correct and completely based on speculation and not evidence. We showed the letters to both the prosecutor and the superintendent.
I don't know about.
See, this is related to Delphi in my issue of their being like them saying that all of their evidence and what they say happened is completely speculative and not related to the actual evidence. Does this happen a lot? Or if we're going to talk about Richard Allen, is this why they won't let the Odinism theory be in? Because they've already caught this from what happened with the Flora fire and them saying, okay, well, if we say there's Odinism possible related theories, then are we going to get in trouble for being speculative again or not related to the evidence? But again, I mean, I just question how this crime is not solved after this many years. There's cameras everywhere now. Even in 2017, there's eyewitness statements from what I understand. How is this not solved?
About this, but I'll find out about this. I've never seen this letter before.
Prosecutor Ives
No doubt.
admits there's been little contact with the state fire marshal's office.
State Fire Marshal considers, I believe, part of its task to look into the criminal aspect of a case. But as far as I'm concerned, the lead investigative agency for this case is the Indiana State Police.
The state fire marshal refused to sit down to talk about the Flora case. All of this as state police ask for witnesses to come forward on behalf of 4 little girls.
We need people to be talking to people and people to be listening to other people and then reporting it appropriately.
My only concern about this case is that it's properly investigated.
A new investigator was recently assigned to take over the Flora fire investigation. Detective Greg Edwards, who was on the case for the first 6 months, transferred to another ISP position. Now, both ISP and DHS are still questioning witnesses and individuals who might have helpful information. Family members we spoke with say they are still very concerned about how this case is progressing and want to see a stronger presence when it comes to solving the case that claimed the lives of 4 little girls. 1 year fades to 2, but not the memory of 4 little girls.
We got 4 spaces at our Thanksgiving table that'll never be filled.
A single ribbon outside this burnt, boarded-up rental home in Flora, a reminder of where they lived and died in a fire investigators say was intentionally set. Family members say for far too long, Galen Rose, the mother of Kiana, Kiera, Caroll, and Kiani, has been the focus.
She lived for those girls, and no way in this world would she do anything to hurt them.
Now the mother herself, who was questioned about the fire, says her landlord's negligence is to blame for the death of her girls.
In a federal lawsuit filed in the Northern District of Indiana, Galen Rose.
I mean, I think that if the batteries, as a landlord, now I've never been a landlord, but from what I understand, the landlord is the one that's supposed to make sure the batteries in the smoke detector are working, and they're supposed to make sure the refrigerator works, that you have an oven in your home, and that there is a fire escape. So I could question the landlord in this situation too, especially with the batteries and the smoke detectors not being working.
Rose and her attorneys say Councilman Joshua Ayers, his business partner Troy Helderman, and their company Birch Tree Holdings violated Indiana law and failed to provide a safe and habitable property, was careless and negligent in their maintenance, and breached the statutory duty of installing, replacing, and repairing smoke detectors at each level.
The smoke detector was right by their door, right up the stairs, right there. It was one there, nothing on it. There was one in the kitchen.
The lawsuit says as a result of the failure to equip the property with any functioning smoke detectors, Rose's 4 minor children died from smoke inhalation.
Those smoke detectors would have gotten them up. They would have took off because I know them. They would have come flying down the stairs because there's a noise.
Rose also claims she reported malfunctioning electrical outlets in the kitchen and problems with a Whirlpool range more than 2 weeks before the fire. According to the lawsuit, Ayers and/or Helderman acted with gross negligence. The landlords reportedly attempted to repair the outlets and a leaking kitchen ceiling, but were unsuccessful. In addition, there's a product liability claim against Whirlpool, the manufacturer of a Sears Kenmore range taken from the home's kitchen. Rose and her attorney say the range was defective and dangerous, and the deaths of her girls would not have occurred without Whirlpool and or Sears. Jack.
They are supposed to make sure all that stuff works. And Tanyasha says the insurance adjuster who inspected this home was Becky Patty. And again, we know that was it Libby's grandma, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I know she's one of them's grandmother. Hey, Becky.
Jacqueline Partlow says her nieces deserve answers.
We love our family, and we just want to know what happened to them.
And it is really sad because if you think about any child anywhere, they're taught in school that if they hear a fire detector to stop, drop, and roll and get out of the house. And if they had heard those alarms, I have no doubt that those babies would have got up and ran down them steps. But they didn't hear them, so they didn't wake up until, you know. Libby's grandma, thank you.
Thousands of miles away from Flora and the home where her 4 little girls died, Galen Rose is breaking a long silence.
Because I miss my girls a lot. It's just been a little hard for me, but I just be trying to stay strong. I feel like I've been left in the dark.
She's talking by phone about her girls and what her family sees as a disparity in effort to get answers about the murders of 2 Delphi girls and the fire in November 2016 that killed her 4 girls. Investigators say the fire was arson. If someone said it, who?
There were 4 babies that nobody's going after to find out what happened.
Leslie Anderson is visiting Indiana. She's Galen's aunt and lives in California, where Galen and her father also now reside.
Nobody cares. Not in Carroll County, not in the state of Indiana. I'm appalled that the state of Indiana has not done more.
Hard words from a family who claims state police investigators are less responsive to the plight of their girls than the murders of the Delphi girls. Anderson says she saw the Delphi case on national news just weeks ago after state police put out a new sketch.
This investigation is national.
It wasn't the first time. 10 months after the Delphi case, the state police superintendent was on national TV talking about Abby and Libby. The widespread attention brought in more than 26,000 tips. But what about Kiana, Kiera, Caroll, and Kiani? Galen's father says there are no updates privately or publicly.
That is really interesting, Tanyasha.
The family says state police simply showed up on the 2-year anniversary of the fire.
It's a hard pill to swallow. You got 4 dead girls. You got 4 babies. How would the other family feel?
Citing the drastic sketch changes in the Delphi case, Galen says she worries about the fire investigation too.
Are they even looking in the right direction? That even question. How can you mistake somebody for 2 years? I kind of question, like, are they doing their job right?
These 4 little African-American girls are just a tragedy that happened. And if we just shut up, they'll shut up. And then it'll go away. And that'll be the end of that. We're not going to go away.
A message Galen echoes from thousands of miles away.
We still gonna fight the fight no matter what. I just want more answers. I want my babies in the spotlight. I want my babies out there. I want everybody to know we fighting to try to figure out what happened.
The family of Galen Rose is working on a meeting with Indiana State Police investigators. We have also reached out to see what, if any, additional steps will be taken to help prompt more tips in this case.
The windows and doors are boarded up, but otherwise the house on East Columbia Street sits largely untouched after the deadly fire in the early morning of November 21st, 2016. Kiana Davis, Kiera Phillips, Caroll McDonald, and Kiani Welch, ages 5 to 11, died. A lengthy investigation.
I didn't want to pause it while he was saying their names. Joyce said, thank you for bringing this to my attention. Actually, some commenters and another live stream brought this to my attention. I had heard a little bit about it, but I'd never actually dug in and watched the videos on it. And so I'm doing that with you guys today to kind of get more information on it. it is related to Delphi. I'm still debating on whether I'm going to show that, because I don't want to diminish this case by relating it to Delphi, because I agree that this case is not getting the attention that it deserves. And I want this to be the forefront of what I go over today. I don't want to play something else that shows all of the conspiracies basically going on with the law enforcement there and diminish their story in any way. You know what I mean? So I think I might just try to pull up more information on this for this live stream. And then maybe in the description box, I can link the other information if you guys want to see that. But I really don't want to diminish their story. I think it needs to be put out here, and we need to get some more eyes on this.
Investigation eventually determined the fire was intentionally set. No one has ever been arrested.
I'm frustrated all the time. I'm disappointed. It's just taking too long to figure out what happened, how it happened.
The girl's mother left Flora and moved to California to be with family shortly after the fire. She felt like she had to get away from the place that took away all of her children.
There was no type of beef, no retaliation against me and my family. No one disliked us like that. We didn't have no beef. Everyone loved us just as well we loved them. So once again, I'm lost. To be honest, I feel like it was more racial.
They didn't deserve this.
Joyce Simpson helped organize a cookbook and other fundraisers for Flora's Four Angels that have...
Hello, Mello's arrest warrant, and thank you for being here. Mello says that poor family, and I think that's where all of us are with this.
Raised about $18,000. She drives by the house almost every day.
I wish they would just tear it down and go on. You know, don't forget the family.
State police have no updates on the case, but the investigation is still open with a reward.
Whoever is out there knowing, come out and say anything. Come say something. Those were my babies. Those were my children.
Stuffed animals and other items from the memorial in front of the house still sit in crates on the porch. Four sisters not forgotten in Flora.
My God, like they haven't even removed this stuff off the porch. Goodness gracious.
We lost some people that's very special to us. And I can't imagine how she feels. Because she has no one. But she has us.
It's been 5 years since Kiana Davis, Kiera Phillips, Caroll McDonald, and Kiani Welch were killed in a tragic house fire in Flora. Today, family and friends gathered here at Crown Hill Cemetery to remember the sisters and the memories they shared. Their mother, Galen Rose, moved out of state. She joined by FaceTime.
They were loving, they were caring, they were everything to us.
Their aunt, Jacqueline Partlow, says the family relies on their faith in God to keep them moving forward.
We're doing the best we can. We have to take it day by day like she does. We don't understand none of it. And for her to lose all of her children, it's tough.
We still have hope today.
An investigation determined the house fire was set intentionally. 5 years later, and still no arrest. As another year passes with no answers, everyone here continues to say the same prayer.
Even though they left too soon, that justice will prevail, that answers will come, and that they will not die in vain. But out of this tragedy, we'll get triumph.
We just hope and pray that somebody will come forward and say something. Somebody knows.
Until that day comes, they're going to keep praying for justice.
Let us leave this place and never forget who they were in our lives. From this moment, even forevermore. It is in Jesus' name we pray this prayer.
Indiana State Police tell us they could provide no update on the case, but this investigation is still open with a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. So if you have any information about this case, the arson hotline number is 1-800-382-4628.
Oh, hold on. It's going to replay it. Hey, Maligator, and thank you for being here. Maligator says another crime not solved. What a shame. And Mello's arrest warrants. I'm sorry to hear that happened. What is this? I don't know what that is, but We saw the dash cam video. I can't watch that again. I'm sorry. I can't do that. Okay. I think there's one more video I have, and then I'll look to find some more. This was from right when it happened.
Kind of just blessing the house, blessing
Oh,
the
we
family,
saw that one. All right. Let me see what else I can find real quick on the Flora fire. Right? Balligator says they're leaving it open so no one could try to come in and solve the case. I agree. It sounds okay. They're leaving it open so no one can come in and try to solve it. It sounds like Delphi. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Courtney and Mello's arrest warrant, about those things that y'all went through. That's horrible. And I'm so sorry to hear that. If y'all ever need anybody to talk to, you can email me at allegedlyspeculating@gmail.com. This one is questions remain 7 years later. So we'll see what this one says. I'm going to have to get out of this playlist so I can go back to what we're finding about it.
Story some of you may not know about. Close to 8 years ago, in November 2016, a fire in Flora, it tore through a two-story duplex and left 4 girls dead. They were all young. None of the girls were older than 11 years old. Their mother, she was able to escape. Officials then deemed it an arson. Over the next few nights here, we're going to take you through new developments that we've uncovered. But are investigators any closer to bringing the case to a close is a question we're asking. Here now, our first part in our series, a retelling of that horrible night. It all started here at the intersection of East Columbia and South Division Streets in Flora, Indiana. Now, an empty lot sits as a reminder of it all. The two-story duplex was home to Galen Rose and her 4 girls living on one side and another woman living on the other. Rose had moved in the summer of 2016 with her girls, 11-year-old Kiana Davis, 9-year-old Kiara Phillips, 7-year-old Caroll McDonald, and the youngest, 5-year-old Keone Welch.
The girls were so playful, sweet. They would do anything for anybody. They were very loving.
She was starting a new life after moving to Flora, Indiana, a place people considered a quiet Carroll County community. The unit was rented for $500 a month. It was comfortable. It was home. Things settled and the girls started school. They even took up cheerleading. Galen, too, found her routine, a job working as a clerk at a town gas station. Rose recalls that Sunday night. She had just put the girls to bed. She retired to her bedroom downstairs, eventually falling asleep. The shock of what happened next awakened the town.
It was so chaotic. I mean, you hear yelling and screaming.
Smoke and flames had filled the home and reached the top floor. That's where the girl's bedroom was located.
I heard the mother hollering for her children and the children hollering back.
Rose, asleep at the time, got up and leapt from her bed and into action. Intense heat engulfed that unit. She tried going up the stairs in a desperate attempt to get to those girls. The smoke and the flames, too much for her, and made that attempt futile. Able to go no.
And again, I want to point out, I've heard rumors also about the mother being looked at or something. And I want to point out that if the mother was looked at, or if for some reason the babies were not alive at the time, I don't think she would have tried to get to them to the point that she had to be hospitalized for trying to get to them. Like, that's a reaction of somebody who's genuinely trying to save their children. You know what I mean? So I really don't think that she was involved. I think those are just rumors.
No further. She ran outside for help. Arriving crews found the home ablaze. According to documents, Rose had to be intubated by EMS and then transported to the Eskenazi Burn Center.
And for my daughter to say, Dad, I tried. I tried to get him. But Daddy, was just too much smoke.
Documents also share she suffered burns on her body and damage to her eyes as her corneas were burned. She spent days there, learning eventually that her girls did not make it.
It is just so hard. It's so hard.
The investigation gets underway, and eventually officials conclude it was a case of arson. Questions were being asked, and the search for answers started, continuing over time.
Thank you, Mello, for being here.
I just don't see how anybody could even think about doing something like that.
And I hope one day I can look into the eyes of the person who killed 4 little girls and then explain to you what we knew and when.
As I continue to teach my daughter, you gotta keep fighting. You gotta keep fighting.
Who had done it and why?
There are many pieces in the investigation of the girls' deaths. There are lots of twists and turns and resignations that are going to bring about various questions. She's not spoken about this in a pretty long time, but Galen Rose, the girl's mother, agreed to sit down with News 8.
That is very heartbreaking for me. I don't have.
Y'all, again, trigger warning. This is a hard subject to talk about today.
No understanding to me. I still don't.
And this isn't it. There is a lot more to the story. In the next few days, you're going to hear much of it from Galen Rose. We sat with her for nearly an hour talking about every detail of the case, nothing off limits. She's also responding for the very first time to a special request coming from state investigators. We also dig up new information as police continue to search for a motive for the unsolved arson. I'm Dakari Turner, IT mate for Wish TV, wishtv.com, or follow us on Facebook for updates.
Hold on, there's a part 2. I think I got it before it. Maybe not.
Hey, Philo would like to remind you the TV should be easy.
Fantastic. Thanks for the reminder. Let's see. That's what we just watched, right?
The lives of 4 girls and the chase for answers we've been following. Tonight is our final installment. There are new reactions and newly uncovered details that paint a picture of the arson case, those involved, and the investigation, all of it in ways that have never been reported before.
Okay, let's watch this.
My story has not changed.
Galen Rose talking with iTeam 8, the first interview she's done in years.
That town and
Criminal Network, do you have any more info on that, or like where you got it from? If you do, let me know.
that house took my kids away.
Sharing with us her questions about the night that her girls died in a house fire in Flora.
I went from hearing them to not hearing.
It was eventually ruled an arson, and now she is asking pointed questions, wanting to know if the deaths had to happen.
They're just out of the blue. They were here and then they're gone, and I just don't have no understanding to it.
In the aftermath of the fire and in its burned out remains, investigators discovered a smoke detector that they say had not been functioning correctly. Rose is asking if her girls could have made it out alive if that smoke detector had been working. Did potential conflicts of interest get in the way of the investigation? Did small town politics play a role? And where does that case stand now? We've combed through documents from lawsuits and other records, talking to Rose about all of it, as she talked oftentimes through tears.
Some days I just don't want to do. I just be wanting my babies back.
A new wrinkle we've uncovered, this letter addressed to Rose and her attorneys. Here it is. This is dated July 19th, 2019.
Okay, thanks.
In it, state police say they want to talk to her to get more information about the fire, saying it's related to whom she commonly associates with. There's also a promise of immunity from criminal prosecution offered by Caroll County's prosecutor related to Rose's alleged illegal drug activity. That activity, Rose admits, had been smoking marijuana from time to time, including the night of the fire. Investigators did find evidence of what they call a marijuana cigarette.
Okay, stop it. Stop it. Stop it right now. We're not relating this to smoking a blunt. Stop it.
Inside her bedroom.
They thought that I was selling drugs.
I mean,
Thought you were selling drugs.
Yeah.
Did they say that?
Yeah, they didn't directly say it, but it was rumors.
State police are saying, you come talk to us, it'll help the investigation.
even if she was selling pot, I mean, I don't see the correlation. I mean, I don't know that many potheads that are going to go into a house, even if she had several pounds in there, that would like burn down a house with 4 innocent children in it to get like a pound of weed. I don't see that happening. I'm sorry. That's just me though, over here in my little corner of YouTube.
People might look at that and think you're hiding something.
I'm not hiding anything. I will talk to him. I've came to that conclusion, but it's just been no communication. But don't ask me some intrusion questions that does not have anything to do with the fire. Like,
We took that information to Indiana State Police, asking them if they still wanted to speak with Rose and if the offer of immunity still stood. The response, only that they are willing to speak with anyone who may have information. At the time the letter was written, the Carroll County prosecutor was Nicholas McClellan, who is also that county's prosecutor now. On the question of immunity, state police directed our question to his office. His office did not respond to our request. Rose's friend Kathy Clendenning says that's a theme.
This case is just a secret. Try to get some information. I dare you.
Information gathering made difficult with changes of key people handling the investigation.
We just can't find the point of origin and the ignition source.
In November 2016, the state fire marshal's office said the cause of the fire was undetermined. However, in January 2017, investigators at the Indiana Department of Homeland Security said the fire had been set intentionally.
We are investigating it as an arson.
In 2016,
I apologize. I didn't mean to highlight that.
Flora's
You're
fire
good, Bobby.
department
You're
was
fine,
being
man.
run by Adam Randall, the son of Dennis Randall, a key fire investigator at the state fire marshal's office. Within a year of the fire, a new state police detective had taken over the police investigation. Dennis Randall had resigned his position at the state fire marshal's office after questions about his handling of the case.
To a certain extent, the fact they've not been solved has affected my decision.
And the Carroll County prosecutor, Robert Ives, had retired. Adam Randall had also resigned as Flora's fire chief. Adam Randall's boss, before his resignation, had been Josh Ayers, the president of the Flora Town Council and the owner and landlord of the home where Rose lived. The town's current fire chief declined to talk with us when contacted.
Do you believe the investigation began the right way, or do you believe
I've heard a couple of times that the 911 call for the Flora fire was never released, and that's concerning to me. I don't understand why that can't be released. A lot of you are saying a lot of things, and so I'll show you a video I have where it correlates and it kind of tells the storyline of how it could be related. I just don't want to diminish from the story of this and everything that went wrong. But I can play it. I just want us, when I play it, I just want us to remember these children that lost their lives before we watch the correlation to Delphi.
believe it's still being conducted the right way?
I don't believe the investigation started the right way. I don't think they investigated it properly.
The private investigator hired by Rose and another hired by attorneys for the landlord offer differing opinions as to whether Rose had enough time to get herself and her girls to safety had a smoke alarm inside been working. Rose's investigator concludes there had been enough time. And among the shuffle of pages, in a separate lawsuit, documents reveal an insurance policy on the home taken out just months before the fire, worth nearly $393,000 and a home appraisal value of $45,000.
Most people would apply logic to say that there's some impropriety here.
We showed the documents to Indiana University professor of finance, Joe Fitter. He immediately pointed out the dates on each document. The insurance policy, originally written August 31st of 2016. The appraisal, dated 10 days later, September 10th. A little over 2 months later, November 21st, the home had gone up in flames.
The policy was actually written before the appraisal was conducted. A lot of times when policies are initially written, they're written based on a verbal conversation with the property owner. They're not validated beyond maybe what's in a computer system or what's online, what's available from Zillow. It's only subsequently that maybe an insurance adjuster or writer would go to the property and physically look at the property.
Up to $392,000 for a house that was appraised at $45,000.
Correct.
You're saying that's quite odd.
It's quite unusual. When an insurance policy starts to look like a lottery ticket, suspicion can be raised. Insurance fraud.
Our investigation was hindered at various points as well. We did ask state police for an interview to talk about the investigation. They declined our invitation to speak on camera and said instead that the investigation is active. We asked them for dash camera video showing the response to the fire that we absolutely know exists and has been released elsewhere. State police denied that request as well, citing the open investigation. We also reached out to Caroll County's current sheriff, who also declined our invitation to interview.
I think that's it for that. Okay, I have this like it's part of a live stream where they kind of relate it to Delphi. Now I'm going to show you guys this, but after we got this,
welcome back.
We're going to go back into the Flora fire because I don't want to diminish from this story. I don't want to take away from those baby stories and Gayla's story. I don't want to diminish from that in any way. There are correlations though, and like Becky Patty did the appraisal of the house. From what you guys have said in the comment section, Gayla was dating a man that was into Norse mythology or Vinlandism. So I'll show you where these people at the I don't know how to say it, the prof or the proof, talk about, they kind of correlate it. And I'm not going to play the whole live stream. I'm just going to show you what I saw where it correlates the Flora fire to what's going on in Delphi. I think I put it back to where it needed to be. Okay. So this is going to be, if I can back it up, my computer is weird sometimes. That's why I apologize about highlighting that comment earlier. I didn't mean for it to do that. Okay. So we're going to start here. Now, this video is from the prof. It's the PROF, and that is trademarked True Crime. Please give them a like and subscribe. The name of the video is Delphi Body Count Live with the Prof, and then it's got the hashtags. So this is the relation between the Flora fire and Delphi. If you want to see this whole live stream, you'll have to go get it from them. I'm just going to play part of it.
Your minds may be blown a little tonight, but if you're a veteran, long timer.
Hey, Snuggle Mama, thank you for being
you'll know
here.
What we're talking about.
Digital, hello. Peaches, hello. Yeah, we've got so much to talk about. I'm going to dive right in. Is that okay with you, Prof?
Absolutely.
All right. We're going to talk about, I'm
Okay,
going to start with
I'll take it now.
something
Thank you.
that if you've, well, I'll say this. Even a lot of people that follow Delphi don't know about Flora, and especially the new people don't know about Flora. And we are coming up on the anniversary of, hold on just a second, of the Flora 4 fire. Do you want to talk about Flora, Prof?
Oh,
I mean, either one of us can start.
sure. God bless those little girls.
Yeah.
Never knew them, but I love them. And I've said before that I encourage anyone whatsoever whosoever might be in Indiana to visit Indianapolis and go to Crown Hill Cemetery and go and find their headstones and spend some time with them, and you'll be moved. You'll come back. They're in a gorgeous, gorgeous cemetery, and they have beautiful headstones. And if you go spend some time with them, you'll come away feeling very connected. And I just love those little girls, and I feel for their mother. And yeah, that's all I got to say.
I've got a cat tangled in everything. Say hello to Sachi. Okay, Sach, you can't be up here. Yeah,
So yeah, they're about to get into the information that they have on this. I've got an article that I got sent that I will read after we watch this.
Don't talk about Flora as much, but we're kind of coming up on the anniversary actually in just a few days. I don't talk about Flora as much, Prof, because I get so emotional. I'm either gonna get really irritated and start yelling, or I'm gonna cry, or both. And that's not something that I like to do in chat and on a live stream. But if you don't know about Flora, now this is just 3 months before the murder of Abby and Libby. This is in Flora, which is just up the road, pretty much from Delphi. It is in Carroll County as well. Now, in November of 2016, these 4 little girls, and look, I'm not going to go into the gory details, and the details are very, very bad. Not so much, I mean, the whole situation is really bad. So understand, I will be doing some more videos on Flora in the coming weeks after the trial. But in 2016, these 4 girls perished in a house fire. Now, that if the crime has never been solved, and let me just say this, a lot of the players and a lot of the names that you hear brought up in Delphi were involved in Flora. For instance, it crosses over. Understand it's a small county. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm saying that there are a lot of connections. All right.
And again, like I said before, I was debating on whether to even play this, because what I want to be in the forefront of your mind in this situation is these girls and their mama that passed away in this fire. Yes, there are relations to Delphi, but please always, when we talk about the Flora fire, I want you to think about the people that actually were involved in the fire, not the relation to Delphi necessarily, because we still need to get justice for these girls.
You have the connections with Becky Patty, who was Liberty German's grandmother, did the appraisal on the Flora house fire, I don't know, 6 to 8 weeks before the fire. You have a lot of the people like David Erskine, a lot of the first responders that went to Flora also went to Delphi.
I apologized if I just screamed in y'all's ear. I had pushed the mute
so there's
button,
a lot of
but it took my computer a second to mute.
Crossing in here. Now, there have been a lot of theories, just like Delphi. This is another one that is extremely difficult to unravel because of all of the players. You have a little bit of racism. You have a little bit, I probably shouldn't say that on YouTube, but I did. So you have that. You have potential dealings in substances. And I don't even know. I don't even know, Prof, what to say, except many people have said, I think you've probably heard it too, that if you can solve Flora, you can solve Delphi. And from what I know, I would say there is a very large possibility that that is true. What do you think, Prof?
Well, I think that the facts are that there are so many of the same names tied around both cases. So that in and of itself would suggest some sort of potential, potential there.
Right. I know you've covered Flora in your playlist. I also have in my old videos from like a year and a half ago. If you want the details, you can go to either one of our channels and look at long discussions on Flora. But I would say this one, even though it's happened just before Delphi, I still included this one in the count, the death count, okay? Now, the next person I want to talk about is Stephanie Thompson. Now, Stephanie Thompson is directly related to Flora and also to Delphi because, again, some of the first responders of Flora have come up in Delphi. Stephanie was she was ISP, right, Prof?
Yes.
I just completely forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
Okay. Stephanie Thompson was ISP, and her job primarily, I think, was to do the polygraphs for people. And she was so good at it that people said she was a human polygraph. Like, she knew the results just by listening to someone talk. I mean, of course, she had it on paper. She had the science behind it, but she was very, very good. Now, I'm not going to name any names in this live stream, but one of the first responders of the county had to.
Oh, I remembered what I was going to say now. If you guys want to see what they have to say more about Flora specifically, you can visit Silky Southern Tea is who this woman is, it appears. And the prof, it's THE, and the next word is PROF. Please go visit their channels, and you can get more information on all of this. Also, Criminal Network has mentioned a couple of channels as well that would have information on this. And there's also, as the gavel drops, Discord, who has some information on this as well.
Undergo a polygraph with Stephanie Thompson, and there were, just put it this way, a lot of questions about whether the whole truth was coming out. And strangely enough, shortly after that, Stephanie and her daughter Maya died in a house fire. Now, Stephanie was married to Judge Thompson. We're going to talk a little bit later on about the connections between a lot of these people in Carroll County. But Stephanie, it was very strange. Wouldn't you say, Prof? It's just kind of strange. The details of that house fire.
Yes, killed and burned, like 85% or so.
Yeah.
These suspicious deaths. They often they're killed and then they're arsoned.
Yes. And her husband was not present that night. There's just a lot. And if you want to start on the fires of Carroll County, I could go on and on and on and on. Have lots of stuff on just the fires, which
whoa. Okay. So Lindsay, I'm going to give a trigger warning before I read this comment, but from what I understand, and this is what I've been seeing going on, Criminal Network has talked about this a little bit too. Lindsay Hendricks says, the way I understand it, Patrick Westfall said on an interview that brown bears and polar bears don't mix. Remember, polar bears are white, aka African American and Caucasian people do not mix. His name is in Delphi. A fellow Vinlander lived 1 block away from the Flora fires. And Criminal Network was telling us how Gayla at the time was dating, I think it was Patrick Westfall, if I have the name right. So that would mean that this crime was racially motivated. And some people have stated that they were one of the few African-American families that lived in the area. So was it a racially targeted crime? And the Criminal Network has referenced a YouTube channel where there's been some suspicious things that correlates to the comment that I just said have been talked about out loud, which is absolutely disgusting.
I probably will do one of these days as well.
For somebody to say something like that, I mean, it's absolutely disgusting. I don't agree with that at all. That's a horrific thing to say, a horrible thing to say. Not the people that are telling me about these comments. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about the person who originally said those things.
Yeah. So we added Stephanie because of the relationship between her and the first responders of both Flora and Delphi. Now, let's go to Greg Ferenczi. Greg Ferenczi, although if you're new, you didn't hear it in the trial because they didn't bring this up because they couldn't bring in third-party things. Greg Ferenczi, who was it, Prof? It was Todd Click. It was Click, Ferenczi, and
Kevin Murphy.
Kevin Murphy, and who was the fourth investigator?
Oh, you got me there.
There were 4 of them. I cannot remember. Anyway, there were 4 investigators that were really on top of it in the beginning of Delphi. Okay, they were. They did some really deep digging. I'm getting tongue-tied. They got a lot of information. Okay, they very much had a suspect. As a matter of fact, and he's not a victim. Well, he is a victim in my opinion, but Greg Ferenczi, they actually brought their information and they said, hey, look, we believe that these are the perpetrators of the crime on the Monon High Bridge. Okay. Abby and Libby, they felt like they had solved this. They're very good investigators, a lot of experience. And shortly after that, they're in the office one day and someone throws a Molotov cocktail outside of the building. So Greg Ferenczi walks out to see what's going on and he is shot and killed right there.
In cold blood.
In cold blood. Now, after Ferenczi died, the other three officers, they kind of just stopped the investigation. I've read different interviews with some of them, and they said I guess maybe their whole, not their theories, they never changed their minds on what they believe happened. Had nothing, by the way, to do with Richard Allen. They had very good suspects, and after this, the investigation just kind of fell apart. They stopped really working on it. And we're going to talk about that. That's really what I'm going to let Prof talk about, is the culture of fear. So I'm building up here to show you why there is a culture of fear. Now, Todd Click was supposed to testify at the Delphi trial, and he was on he was on notice for a long time because after Richard Allen was arrested, these officers came to Nick McClellan, the prosecutor, and said, hey, excuse me, but we don't think Rick Allen is the guy. We told you who is responsible for this years ago. And basically they were ignored. And then Todd Click was supposed to testify at the trial. And strangely enough, there's these weird charges that were brought against him. So that took him out of the running of testifying at the trial. It's a little sus. Don't you think, Prof?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I think that was retribution, payback.
Yeah.
That's my conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Mine too. I think it was payback, and I also think it was prevention. Although I don't know the way the trial went. I don't know.
I want to talk about that. I've been sitting here debating on whether to talk about it or not. Okay. But like this comment right here, hold on, let me hide this real quick. It says Patrick Westfall, who was an open racist, lived 2 houses from the Flora girls and then moved to Delphi, knew Abby and her boyfriend, and then after the Red Rums, he moved again. And he's a friend of Brad Holder. He's violent. And Criminal Network was saying that this Casey Creasy was dating the mother, and he had a swastika tattoo on his arm. Now, I can tell you, and I'm going to give you a trigger warning, but prison gangs, like if he was involved in some kind of white supremacist prison gang, if they see you doing anything that they don't agree with, as in dating somebody of a different race, they will cut that off of you. Like they will literally cut it off of the symbol, which it's all disgusting. And again, I don't agree with any of it. I'm not promoting any of it. I think it's all sick and depraved, to be honest with you. But I just know this useless information because anyway, I look into useless things sometimes. Anyway, they get so angry about things like that they will cut the markings off of you. Which, if there was a racist, this Patrick Westfall or any other open racist that lived 2 houses away and they knew this person who had a swastika tattoo was dating their mother, then there is a possibility that it could be racially motivated. Now, I don't know. All I know is that there's an arson. 4 little beautiful girls are now not with us anymore, and the crime hasn't been solved. And that should be at the forefront of all of this. But if we're going to talk about everything, that could be part of it. And I'm sorry if I offended anybody. I do apologize.
Since they couldn't bring in third party, I don't know if he would have actually been able to testify. Anyway, this happened, by the way, this happened in 2021, okay? Now, let's talk about another officer who had a strange, this is one of those things you can't say it was, but you can't say it wasn't. Nate Miller was an officer that started working for Carroll County, and he had only been there, about 6 months, I think. And as far as anyone knew, as far as was reported, he had a happy home wife, happy, everything, just a regular guy living his life, no big problems at home, nothing that sent up red flags. But after he was working for Carroll County, and I believe I've heard several people say he was working, trying to help. I'm sure all the officers were trying to help in some way solve the Delphi case. In his patrol car in uniform without any red flags, Nate Miller is found unalive, self-induced at, wasn't he at a park or something, Prof? I think. Anyway, on duty, he unalived himself in his patrol car, which, look, there's a lot of stresses that go with being law enforcement, but it's just suspicious, okay? That there were never any signs, according to his family, that he was suffering from depression or any of these things prior to working for Carroll County. And then if you're going to do something like that, doing it on the job in your patrol car is not usually the way that you do it. So there you go. Just wanted to bring that up. Now, let's go on. Now, I can't say.
I'm sorry, Silky. I want to draw attention to Monday's comment here.
Okay.
Body count 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, even more. 13, 14, 15, 16. The body count is very high surrounding all of these people.
Yes, it is. Now, I
would like more information on all of this, but how that officer unalived himself in his car, did it look like it could have been something else involved? And again, we know that they wouldn't let the FBI come in on the Delphi case. Is this why all of these things going on?
And I can't say that this was, let's just say this is rumor, okay? If you didn't know who...
Again, all of this is rumor and speculation, just to put that out there. And it's scrolling across the bottom of my screen along with a trigger warning. Nancy H., thank you for being here, said most people do miss the signs of an unaliving or somebody that's about to do that. And I do want to point that out just to put all the information out there.
Cat was a YouTuber, and he says in a lot of his videos he was down at the Monon High Bridge during February 13th, 14th. Cat, they said, died of natural causes. However, let me just put this out here. I'm including him in the count because of the Delphi culture, and a lot of us know how lethal and how dangerous it is to be on YouTube and talking about Delphi. People have known this for many years, and Cat has been said, all right, rumored that there were some things about Cat's death that weren't quite right, and perhaps, just perhaps, someone else could have been involved. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Evil Alaska says, why did that guy run into Flora fire to get the girls taking firefighter gear? Well, because he was part of a first response. He was a first responder, but he was also a volunteer firefighter. And putting myself in that man's shoes, if I went in that house and knew there was children there and I was a volunteer firefighter, I would have done the same thing. I would have got my gear and I would have went right back in that house. Personally. I mean, you never know what you're going to do until the situation occurs, and God forbid, but I would think that's what I would do. That would be my response if I had to guess on knowing myself as an individual. I don't know if Derek German was at the trial. Evil Alaska.
You can look up Michael Katstrup and
yeah, it is
the chats and Reddit and all that stuff, and you'll probably come across some information. So I did include him. Just while I'm at it, RIP to Doug Rice, who was involved, and his death was, completely, it was natural. All right. Had nothing suspicious that I know of about Doug Rice's death, but he was investigating early on, and we lost him as well. Now, our next one.
And I'd like to say something on that, Cat, is that it's very funny because a lot of these deaths, they appear to be suicides or overdoses and that sort of thing. But the more I look into it, the more that they look like hot shots and murders. I think that when we're looking at these deaths, you can't always take for face value the claims of suicide or of overdoses. You really got to kind of back off and question everything, because we know, like Shelley's saying here, who doesn't investigate 14 deaths? You know, who doesn't investigate all of the deaths surrounding this and start to say, like, what the hell is going on here?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to
No, I want you to
Good.
interrupt. You're so quiet. I know you're watching chat because when we're talking, it's kind of hard.
A lot
I
of
just
chat.
I want to let you know though, Prof. If you see something that you want to go back to, put a star. If you hover over that, you can star a comment, and that way we can go back and we can answer all the questions
Perfect.
or things. Yeah, because there's so many. Thank you so much. There's so many people talking and saying such good things that we want to go back to some of this. Now, next on the list is Judge Moffmer. We will get to even how he's related. Well, actually, let me see. Judge Moffmer, yeah, I will go back to him. He, strangely enough, was a judge who decided to go, and I'll tell you how it's related in just a second. He decides to, they say, supposedly, he decides to work on his car one day after work. Now, so he goes out to his barn, garage, something, and he's underneath his car. All of a sudden, the jack goes out from slips and his vehicle crushes him. Now, I know that's an accident that does happen from time to time. And I would say if it wasn't in this area of Indiana, it might have been passed up. First of all, Prof, I don't know what kind of judge works on his own vehicle, but, that's the story.
It's funny. I was just thinking that in my head. It's like, what kind of judge works on his own car? But who knows? You never know. You never know. Maybe he was into that.
Yeah.
Press
His
release.
sister. Yeah. Okay. Now,
I
his
didn't know
sister
he was
was.
married to. This says sister married to Fouts. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. But let me take you to something that I do know.
Lindsay, this was dropped in my Discord by one of the Discord members. If you want to join Discord, I'll work on getting the link for you. But they always drop a lot of great information in there pertaining to all of these cases.
Let's see. Here we go. Make sure. Can y'all see that? Yeah. All right. So over here in the yellow, this is Judge Moffmer. Now, what's interesting in green? Tracy Lee Evans. Okay. This guy was a chomo. Tracy Lee Evans had multiple problems with children. Okay. It wasn't his first rodeo. And Judge Moffmer wanted to make a statement. He really wanted to come against this. And so he sentenced Travis Lee Evans to 152 years for child SA. All right. That's a lot of years. Now, what does this got to do with anything? Well, as it.
Okay, thank you, Criminal Network. I really appreciate that. Nancy, she ended up in the hospital due to the injury she received trying to get them out. Once the police arrived, I think she let them do their job, but the corneas of her eyes were burned real bad. She had attempted to get them out.
That would happen. Travis Evans has a nephew named Shane Evans. Now, Shane Evans, at the time of Abby and Libby's death, was the mayor of Delphi. Now, Shane Evans works for the prosecutor, Nick McClelland. Very interesting.
Oh, that makes my blood boil. That makes my blood boil. So it's silky.
Yeah, it does mine too. And so, that was a very suspicious death. So, you try the uncle of the mayor, sentence him to 152 years, and then all of a sudden, your vehicle crushes you because you're working on your car. Because as a judge, you don't make enough money, apparently, to do that. Now, I mean, it's always been one of those suspicious deaths that people bring up. On the right side of the second, because we're going to look at the right side of this. But now after that, you get to Anna Downham. Am I saying that right? Anna Downham. And
yeah, JR girl. I'm glad that I was able to play this and y'all are able to hear this. Like I said before, I want us to remember the Flora fire and the girls. But it is connecting the dots, and I appreciate it. And thank you for being here, JR girl.
John McCurdy. Now, here is a real head scratcher. Okay. This is a house that burned. By the way, if y'all don't know anything about Indiana, especially Carroll County and surrounding counties, things just go up like poof. man, the buildings and the houses, I don't know what they build them out of, straw, I guess. I don't know. There are so many ridiculous amounts of buildings burning. And that does revert back to Flora as well. But now this is in 2020 in Carroll County. They found a man and a woman inside the home, and the woman, they say Anna Denham, had been killed before the fire started in the house. But they don't believe that John McCurdy did it. Now, they're both killed in the fire. So let's go back to this right here. John McCurdy, if you look over here on the right with this little flame, John McCurdy died in the house fire. What's interesting is that John McCurdy was married to a woman named Barbara.
John Chalk, thank you for being here. John Chalk says, and even after Richard Allen confesses 61 times, there are still these ignorant conspiracy theories floated around by sad people who support a child killer. While we respect everybody's speculations, thoughts, and opinions here, I do want to ask you to please try to do it a little bit more respectfully. I appreciate your thoughts and your opinions. I do personally, I think that those confessions were made under duress, but I respect your opinion, and I want to thank you for being here.
His
grateful.
ex-wife
Thank you for being
is
here.
the sister of Steve Mullen, who was the chief of police in Delphi at the time of the murders. Now, also like what somebody said, now who was that? Fouts was married to who did we just say a while ago? Who did you put up on the screen?
Was it Fouts' sister and Mullins? No. Oh gosh, let me go back.
I know it gets confusing, right?
Fouts' sister and Mothman. Oh, where is it? I don't know if I can find it again.
Hold on, no wonder my stuff is going crazy.
What are you going crazy doing over there?
It's my cat. She was sitting on the keyboard.
Oh,
Okay.
Let me find this. Let's see.
Okay. Let's go back.
Oh, there
Okay.
it is. So I meant Fouts' sister married to Mothmer.
Okay. So I need another. Let me go back because I have Mothmer on the page before that. You're starting over here. You have Judge Diener and Abigail Diener. Diener is a name that you've heard a lot in the trial. Diener, Abigail, and Stephanie Thompson, who died in the house fire, were working with CASA together in 2012. And then, y'all, it's a whole thing. Judge Fouts actually was prosecuted, not that much, for having multiple. He was part of the Kokomo Boys Club, and there were a lot of girls, underage girls, used for SA. The whistle was blown by this woman down here in pink, Jalen Rain, and she also was part of the Kokomo Boys Club. So you see how Fouts. Okay, Don McCurdy. Oh, see, I forgot this. Don McCurdy is Judge Fouts' cousin. And okay, yeah, here we go. Well, it says Judge Dan Fouts, okay, his daughter Beth, yeah, married to Judge Mothmer. Okay, there we go. So yeah, you see how all of these people, the same names keep coming up. Very interesting. Now, let's fast forward to another one. Karina McClurkin. Karina McClurkin was a young girl who went missing. Okay, she was known to participate with the Kokomo Boys Club, sort of, not exactly, and that maybe in that same vein. She did have a history of substance abuse, but one day she just comes up missing, and it was literally years before they found Karina's body. Now they,
Nancy H stated that, and I just saw it. When did the cop or firefighter's oxygen tank why did the cop or firefighter's oxygen tank go to zero right after he entered the house? It sounded like an explosion, but no one reported that an explosion happened. That's a great question. And I'm sorry I missed that the first time. I caught it on where Lindsay Hendrick is responding and saying, in the video, it does seem like something collapsed because the flames explode out. So that's an interesting point.
did pin that on a man, and I'm not saying pin as and I don't think he's guilty. I don't know anything about him. His last name is Farmer, Flint Farmer. And I think this was only, Prof, in the last year or two that they found Karina's body. There were lots of rumors from the Kokomo Boys Club and the motorcycle club, the whole 9 yards that goes into Kokomo. Kokomo, by the way, has a crime rate that is insane as far as statistically, as far as, ratio to people who live there. Okay. So their crime rate is astronomical. And Karina, unfortunately, got mixed up with this crowd, was missing. I haven't been following the Flint Farmer case, but I imagine that there's a lot of stuff that's going to come up with that. Now, speaking of Kokomo, we've got Gabe Ellis. Now, the day that Abby and Libby were missing, no, Karina was missing. Gabe Ellis was also in the area of Delphi around and about during February 13th and 14th. This is when he was arrested. When he was arrested, he was in the car with a 16-year-old girl named Sierra. Sierra had been given substances. She had been abused, and he was also riding around with substances and weapons. Now, Gabe was arrested, and these pictures were literally taken just like he was arrested back to back. This is prior to Abby and Libby on the left. On the right, just a few days later, he has shaved his whole head, which has made him one of the big suspects in the Delphi case.
Yeah, he looks like Bridge Guy. He does. Criminal Network has a lot of great information on this, and I'm going to show you some pictures. He sent me an email after we read an article that I was also sent on this. And then we're going to watch about the Flora fires again, because I want to remember the reason we're going over all this. And again, I wanted to tell you that I got this from the Prof, TheProf. So please check them out and give them a like and subscribe. And this is it's called Delphi Body Count, live with the Prof. And it's from Silky Southern Tea. It's from that person's page, I do believe. I will link this video in the description box below in case any of you guys want to look at it. Again, there's lots of really important information in this.
With others, as you know. And he is currently in jail. He's committed so many crimes. I'm not going to get into all of Gabe Ellis, but he is in jail, suspected of being potentially also involved with Karina and other girls, other situations. And I'm going to, before I go on with the rest of the list, I want to bring this up because this, I just found this today, and Prof told me that this has been going on. I mean, like the last couple of days, this came up. Look at this, the marriage licenses. Y'all who are following the trial are going to find this very interesting. Bradley Weber, 35, and Catherine Westfall, 40, of Brinkhurst, applied for a marriage license on July 17th of 2002, according to the Delphi Carroll County Comet, which is their newspaper. It's all online now.
What date does that say there?
2002.
But does it say the date?
Thank you.
July 17th.
Okay, I have a date of July 2nd, 2002. Marriage.
Eek says I miss Abellis, and I miss Abellis too. Abellis, if you hear this, we were thinking about you. I saw that Overprotected came in earlier too, and I didn't get to say her name out loud. So Overprotected, if you hear this, thank you for being here.
Maybe. Yeah, I can't see it. It's too small.
Right, Nancy.
Oh, sorry.
But no, Brad Weber and Catherine Westfall, July of 2002.
Crazy, huh? Crazy. Yeah. So especially when you're talking about the Delphi case, and if you all are just learning about it. There is a huge third-party theory that has way more evidence against them than Richard Allen ever thought about having. One of those characters is a guy named Patrick Westfall. So clearly, Brad Weber, who was, who has a house right there at the and testified at the trial, and everybody's like, who is this goofball? Yeah, you can't say you don't know the Westfalls of Brinkhurst. Just saying. I just threw that in there. Okay, let's go back to some more. Let's go back to other people who have been accused or their POIs, persons of interest in the Delphi case prior to Richard Allen.
I remember seeing these two, and yeah, this is a lot of information. Criminal Network knows all about this. They have put out 2 documentaries on this. We watched one of them a couple days ago. Criminal Network has a lot of great information. Please go check out his channel and go give him a like and subscribe. He's got a lot of information on his channel on this.
You have Garrett Kurtz and Ashley Garth. Now, they are both in jail. Garrett Kurtz, to me, actually not as much as Tyler French, but he could be young bridge guy. You see him in other pictures, you could possibly see that. Now, let me go to the next picture. These are in jail for, number one, the death of Ray Hamish. Now, this is something that did Garrett do this one by himself, Ray Hamish, I think?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you already have and that's a whole story. You want to hear about it sometime, we'll talk about it. The one that let's go on to, I didn't put her name up here. Nicole Bowen.
Nicole, yes.
Nicole Bowen is what they're in jail for. The unaliving of Nicole out of, I don't know, jealousy, whatever. Now, what you need to know is that Garrett Kurtz was not only was it said that he and the crew were around the Monown High Bridge on February 13th, 2017, but also the property, again, this didn't come up in the trial, but the property that Abby and Libby were found on was owned by a man named Ron Logan. Now, Ron Logan was a suspect early on. He was the first suspect that they had. Ron Logan was, I think he passed away in 2020 or 2021 of COVID? One of those.
That's what they say. I'm still not even sure about that.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff with that. Ron Logan, it was on his property, et cetera, et cetera. Again, a whole nother can of worms. And even the FBI felt that Ron Logan was involved. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not. But what I do know is that Garrett Kurtz frequented Ron Logan's property. He would ride horses, things like that. So Garrett Kurtz was very, very familiar with the area. And rumors have it that Garrett Kurtz was there that day. So, yeah, you have the untimely death of Nicole Bowen, also by Delphi suspects. And let me put this one up here. Kyra Boning. Now, she was another woman that had a kind of a strange end. Prof, you want to talk about Kyra?
Yeah, I almost want to back up a few back to Ashley and Garrett.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. There's Kyra was okay, good. There we go. Garrett and Ashley. So in Prof's universe, these two are involved in Delphi, in my opinion. I believe they're both there involved. And why aren't they talking is the thing. But can you go forward a few to let's see, to Nicole?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so see Nicole. Now the interesting thing about those two, for me, a huge red flag with those two is when they killed Nicole. The story that they spread was that first story they spread. We killed her out of jealousy. Garrett killed her for Ashley because Ashley was jealous.
I remember hearing about Ashley, and it's been like right when all of this was brought up the first time, but I hadn't thought about it again. I was trying to remember some of these things that I had seen during the Delphi case, but I couldn't remember where it was brought up. So I'm glad he's talking about Ashley Weber again. Yeah, I'm with him. I remember there being a lot of suspicious things in regards to Ashley Weber in those.
Well, I never bought that story, but the most interesting thing in the world to me is that then sometime later, Garrett came out and corrected that and said, no. I killed Nicole because of a meth operation. She had knowledge of a meth operation I was involved with. Well, remember that I'm saying that I believe Garrett killed Nicole because she knew about Delphi. And as you may remember, I've said that I believe Delphi was a meth operation. So it's my opinion that Garrett told the truth, that he killed Nicole here over a meth operation he was involved with that she had knowledge of, which was Delphi. And part of the reason I say that is because Radar told me about an experience she had with Ron Logan. And as you were referring to, Garrett knowing Ron Logan very well and Ron knowing Garrett very well, that when Ron learned that Garrett had killed Nicole, he was stunned. And what he said to Radar was, what on earth could you do would someone have to do to make you kill them? And they were realizing and discussing how they had to have killed Nicole because she had knowledge of another murder. And I've never been able to let that go. I've never been able to let that go. So in my opinion, this poor girl right here was brutally killed and left in a hunting shack, by the way, because she had knowledge of Delphi and they wanted to silence her. And I almost, I don't know if you mind going back to Ray, but I sort of feel that maybe Ray too. Maybe there's a potential that Ray found something out right here.
I have read this case. Thank you all on both of our channels. Thank you for your contributions. I usually do a contribution call out, but we're kind of.
Let me tell you something about that theory right there. Now, I have a past. I've been clean for going on 9 years now. Thank God for that. But you know, when I was running around back in the day, that wasn't my drug of choice. Mine was downers. But regardless of the situation, you come into contact with people who are like dealing, and if they get caught again, they're on their third strike and they're going to prison for life. And things happen. I live in the country. Things happen out in the mountains, out in the woods. And if people know about it, people aren't scared to take people out to keep secrets. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous world when you are dealing with people who deal drugs and things like that. It's very dangerous. And I don't put it past anybody, because if they feel like you're going to snitch on them and then they're looking at something like life in prison, they'll do what they got to do to keep you quiet. I mean, it's insane. It's very dangerous. It's very crazy. And if that's, I see this being very possible, knowing that lifestyle from back in the day. Oh, thank you, Eek.
We'll get to that later. But thank you all so much.
Thank you, A to Z.
Okay, Ray Hamish. You know what's crazy about all these cases, and that's why I told people, if you don't know, get a pencil and paper and just start writing them down. You can Google it, or you can go to, look at old videos on people's channels.
Rick, thank you for being here. I don't know how old that lady was, but she looked like she was young enough to be involved in the game.
Each of these people have a very unique story, and I did read about Ray Hamish, but it's been a while, so I couldn't remember all the details on that one.
This is interesting. Crazy Chick 79 says Nicole was also a witness with Libby's dad. Get out of here.
Where was that? See, I had starred this one. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put a star on that. Also, right above that, somewhere. Let's see. Where was my other star? They were talking. There was another one talking about Libby's dad, but here it is. Yeah, Crazy Chick. Libby's dad was a police informant against Ashley, and she lost custody of her kid because of it. And they stayed at Ron Logan's property.
Right.
Yes.
Where is that? Because I haven't been able to find that. There you go. No, that's not it.
No, it's right. Hold on. Let me back.
I'd love to throw that one up, because that's actual factual too. Whoever that is said that is very smart. Thank you. Oh, I see it here.
Hello, Joey. Thank you so much.
Libby's dad was a police informant against Ashley. Yes. And she lost custody of her kid because of it. Yes. And they stayed at Logan's property in the woods. Yes.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Yeah.
whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me hit the brakes on that one. Trying to hide the comment. There it goes. Oh, Crazy Chick 79. Imagine that. Hey, love, because you're over here too. If you're in the chat right now, I don't know. I know you're on the Discord. But she said in this live stream, she said Libby's dad was a police informant against Ashley, and she lost custody of her kid because of it. And they stayed at Logan's property, down in the woods in Logan's property, in a shack or a shed down there. So that's an interesting thing to put out there. I know Crazy Chick 79 is usually here, but she's not today, I'm assuming, or I would see her in chat. She was here earlier.
Also, this is true too, Joey. Fouts is the judge that kept letting Ashley Garth and her people in her substance gang off the hook. Yeah, as well as a lot of other people, Joey. I mean, I'm not going to start naming names, but we all know some of the people that Judge Fouts has represented, and they're not good. Okay, they're just not. Let's see, and then tell us about Kyra.
Kyra was the girlfriend, beautiful girl, girlfriend of Mark Green, who was a tattoo artist and was shopping Flora. And so it's very interesting with her death because she ended up dead. They searched for her, couldn't find her. And where they had previously searched, just like Abby and Libby, they ended up finding her dead where they had already searched. It's my opinion, after her body had been dumped at the scene where they found her. And there's a lot with this story too.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone in the chat. Why don't I let some people in the chat chime in on Kyra, another beautiful girl. Someone here said that these are all beautiful people. Someone up here in the chat said, and I agree, all of these are beautiful.
True Crime says, I've started making a list of each person that could have been involved. Call me Alice. I think I'm going to go back through and make a list of all of this too, because it's really important information. And I would see it more as basically a ring of all of these people are being unalived to keep a big secret, like a lab or something in the town, or corruption in the police force. Those seem more likely to me than any of the other possible motives that have been released so far.
Beautiful victims, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And like, this isn't the end of the list. I mean, when you talk about stuff there, I mean, I've thought of, things. I don't know if they're directly related to Delphi, but I don't know that they're not. This is just probably the beginning list, and look at all the people that we've named so far. Let's see. Oh, yeah. All of these people appear on each other's Facebook's friends lists. And they have relatives appear on some of the families' lists. Wow. Nicole was so beautiful. During Garrett's police interrogation, the officer stated Nicole was working with us. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And I mean, all of this, and there's just one more thing I want to say, because, and I didn't realize this until I was talking with Prof today about, and I'm not going to name the name, someone I couldn't find, someone I've associated with in the past, and I have great respect for her. She's awesome. Her channel is down. Her email is not working, and I have no way to contact her. So I wanted to say to all of the YouTubers since 2017 who have been threatened, harassed, and shut down, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. And this is one of the things, Prof. It's like, this is the setup, I guess, for what we wanted to talk about, which is the culture of fear. And it's not, we've both had harassment at different times. You've had way more harassment than I have, but a lot of people have shut down, and I'm not, no blame. Okay. You have to do what is right for your family, for your safety. Okay. I'm not saying that, I'm not throwing shade here. It's just,
okay, I don't want to play their whole live stream. I think that's all of the information that they go through as far as pulling the pictures up. I wanted to show you guys the pictures. I'm going to scroll my mouse through real quick just to make sure. I do have a short that I can show you real quick. And then we'll look at their page and see if they've got any more. I can actually play, yeah. I'm going to play this short real quick, and then we'll watch the second part of Criminal Networks, his second documentary. So let me play this for y'all real quick. This is going to be from the, I think it's called The Defense something. Hold on. Defense Diaries podcast.
If you follow Delphi at all, Richard Allen is standing trial for the red rumming of Liberty German back in February 13th of 2017. In October of 2022, they arrested Richard Allen. Today, Officer Todd Click of Rushville Police Department was arrested. He was charged with multiple felony sixes. September of 23, the Franks memo drops. Todd Click was a major dude in there. He was the guy that opposed to the arrest of Rick Allen. 3 months later, Todd Click, they started looking into him, and they're alleging that, among other things, is that he was claiming that he made phone calls and went to appointments that he really didn't do. And obviously, these are all crimes of dishonesty. I don't know if Rick Allen's innocent or guilty, but what I do know is that this is a railroad job to make sure that they get this conviction.
So yeah, I had that video saved in this playlist, and I wanted to show you guys that. So I'm going to get the second documentary. Now, this is going to be from Criminal Network. Hold on. My computer likes to... My computer is bipolar, just like me.
Design the perfect voice.
No. Thank you. I'm good. Okay, so we're going to watch the second documentary from Criminal Network. We watched the first one a couple of days ago. I will watch... I will drop his links in chat. I just subscribed to his channel the other day. We watched this one, Somebody Knows, the other day. And I dropped his links. He's got what he's going to do is just show you the information that he was able to pull up on the Delphi cases. We have to give my computer a moment because it likes to have a mind of its own. Okay. I haven't seen this one. I know you said this was the second one. I hope you get better, Flora. So we watched Somebody Knows the other day on my channel, and now we're going to watch the second part. Somebody Knows goes up to the arrest of Richard Allen, and this was after the arrest of Richard Allen. It's called Murder on the Monon, and it's the Delphi Red Rooms documentary, and I'm going to drop his links in chat so you guys can please give him a like and subscribe once my computer decides to stop being bipolar. I'll let it play like this for a second. I also have an article I'm going to go over after we see this, and Criminal Network has sent me some photographs, and he can tell me who they are when we get there. Okay. So this, I'm going to grab his links and drop them in chat. It's not muted. I hope you get better, love. I hope you get feeling better.
Because at the end of the day, the two behind me are the ones that matter the most, then the family. We're not going to singularly identify anyone right now, at least publicly. The detectives that have been assigned this, task forces have been assigned this, have talked to hundreds, if not thousands of people. And again, one day we'll be able to tell you why we did that and who did it.
Sheriff Tobe Lesenby says detectives from the FBI, state police, and Carroll County are still working the case. He says investigators hear 50 to 100 tips every day.
The person who did this is watching. What would your message to them be?
We're still going to find you.
Police have arrested and jailed 50-year-old Richard Allen in connection with the double murder.
I am proud to report to you the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder. Good prevails over evil, not the other way around. We can't let that happen.
I just pinned the comment. Sorry, I just pinned the link to his channel at the top of the description box of the chat box. Excuse me, Lord, where's my mind? So you guys can give him a like and subscribe. So it's going to show clips like we've just seen, and it's going to basically lay out information from news stations and documents that he has found. He says, if you notice, my YouTube channel is just videos, not about me. Right. Yes. Thank you. It was just a lot of videos, and I appreciate that.
They are pointing the finger in a very specific direction as to who's responsible for this, and it's not Richard Allen.
Listen, we still don't know exactly who these folks are, but this is a small community in rural Indiana.
You think Mr. Allen is the man on that bridge?
The judge signed a probable cause affidavit for the arrest of him. I can't wait to tell the story, but today's not the day.
Again, I throw myself at the mercy of the court. Please provide me whatever assistance you may. Thank you for your time in this most urgent matter. Sincerely, Richard M. Allen.
Dirt doing crime in town and some stuff that went bad, and this is retaliation that might have went too far and whatnot.
Me and my son Logan Holder had nothing to do with the murder of Abby and Libby, and we don't know who did. I don't know, maybe Bigfoot did it. I think he's in Canada somewhere.
Damn it, this is not okay. Yeah, I am sick. I am just so tired and so sick of it.
Yeah, what a journey. I'd do it all over again.
Through these portals, past the best trained police officers in the world. And that's all being reviewed as we speak.
Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland also cited the integrity of the investigation.
None of us understand why.
What does Allen's defense team say about why they believe Liggett fabricated or omitted evidence?
That Liggett did it for political reasons. Search warrant and the arrest of Allen happened less than a month before the 2022 November elections, when Liggett was campaigning to be the Carroll County Sheriff. Defense team feels that after more than 5 years with very few answers, Liggett rushed into accusing Richard Allen to make a big arrest before the election.
Don't tell that midnight rider, tell the camera. Backbiter, tell I'm gonna cut him. You may run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time.
I lead by example, and when people say one thing's done, they come to me to get it done. There's been a lot of attacks against my credibility, my integrity, my morals, and my ethics. Those things are all not true. Those are things that I take great pride in, and that's what's going to lead the Sheriff's Department to the future.
Will the double homicide investigation change?
Change in what manner?
Any manner. I mean, break up, move, whatever.
There are people that work this, as I said before, that is a top priority case for not just me, it's for the entire Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, if you don't mind, please hit the like button if you don't mind. I'd really appreciate it. It helps us get out in the algorithm. Thank you.
It's for the Indiana State Police. It's mostly for the families, the Williams family, the German family. They are what drives us every day. And things are very positive. I'll leave it at that. Things are very positive right now. Nothing would change. We bring people in. We have help. Things are going well. Nothing would change.
With all due respect to Tony, they were not qualified or trained to accept that responsibility of those two girls that got killed at the time. You've got to make contact with people. You've got to follow up. You can't sit back and wait for something to come to you. That one piece of puzzle is going to solve that case. You've got to work that case. You know, I've seen flip-flopping going back and forth here. When this case first broke, all I heard was, don't be forming any conclusions for what you're reading or seeing on the internet or on Facebook. Now it's flipped over to where
Criminal Network brings up the fact that Liggett was losing the race in that election. And then all of a sudden he's able to get the man that did these horrible things 5 years later, and he wins the election. Imagine that. Imagine that. Small town politics at play. Hello, RC99. RC99 says, I think Brad Holder's gym visit at 2 a.m. was a backup alibi. A bit like Ron Logan knew to go to the fish store at the time of the abduction. Right. Like, I mean, the man, I would question if he even has a fish tank at this point. You guys are dropping some great info, and I appreciate that.
if you've had any contact with somebody on Facebook or on Twitter or whatever, please contact us. What is it? What do you want? You can't be flip-flopping on these things. It's going to take a fresh set of eyes and somebody that knows.
Somebody knows.
Somebody out there knows something.
Somebody knows.
Back to what Lee was saying, I think a new set of eyes is also important. There's many things that have happened in this case that people are confused about. There's been mistakes made, and I'm not criticizing them, but they're there. All of a sudden now, the age, height, weight, all that's been changed. What's supposed to be on there? But it took this many years to find out that that was that was a mistake. So there's a lot of things that need to be put in place and checked. And I think it's a new set of eyes with experienced people that have been on these kind of crimes before.
I believe that right now is not that day.
It could be today. It could be tomorrow.
Today's about Abby and Libby, focusing on them.
I don't think there's multiple pieces to the puzzle, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's one piece, and it's having one individual with the strength.
When this investigation took off, I just didn't see eye to eye with the sheriff on it. I didn't agree with a lot of the things that were being done or being said. At some point, when do you say, okay, enough, well, we got to try something different? I think that's part of the problem and part of the frustration with the public is they beg for your help or they ask for your help, and then they give them a little bit, but then they get nothing in return. And I think that's very frustrating. And that's why the public, not just the Delphi area, but throughout the country that's involved in this case, they're very frustrated by that.
Wish TV has filed requests with the court for the affidavit to be made public. That is common with nearly every criminal case in Indiana. In Thursday's order, Diener went on to write, all public information will be available the second it exists.
It's tough. It's tough for him. I mean, we just spent 20, 30 minutes with Rick, and he misses his wife. He misses human connection with people. So it's been difficult for him.
Richard Allen's defense attorneys say they have read those sealed probable cause affidavits. After the hearing today, though, they told us they are not at all impressed with the case that's been made against their client.
He said, I am not guilty. Thank you for helping us.
They say that revelation by prosecutor Nicholas McClellan that
Criminal Network can tell us a lot about these videos. I'm going to drop the link just in case you want to come up, or if anybody else does. I don't know if you do or not, but if you do, you can. And I did get my thumbnail changed. I just wanted to make sure to do that real quick because I didn't want somebody to come looking for information on that, and we're going over this right now. I might cut the first part of this live and make it into a video so people know about the Flora fires, but I did get to finish doing that real quick. So now this has my full attention, and that is the StreamYard link if anybody wants to join.
he has reason to believe there was someone else involved in the murders of Abby and Libby came as a shock to everyone, including them.
If you read the probable cause affidavit, it does not mention anything about any other person. That was news to us.
They are adamant that Allen has been wrongfully accused and said he has no idea why any of this is happening.
You guys will read the
Hey, Shaboogies.
Hey, Queen.
You want me to pause
and chat, but I have nothing important to say right now, Boo.
Okay, you're
Hi.
good. Hey, if you need me to pause, just go ahead and let me know that you need me to pause so you can talk about something, okay? Thank you.
Yes, Queen.
probable cause affidavit yourselves. You will determine for yourselves whether that is what a 5-year investigation looks like.
When the prosecutor revealed that there may be another person involved, in what capacity we obviously don't know. But when that piece of information came out, could you feel that moment?
Yeah. I mean, I think everybody just sort of, looked at each other, was like, oh, well, that's the first, I think people had that sense a little bit, but that was the first time it was actually confirmed to us. So yeah, you could just feel everybody sort of look around, gasp almost when that happened.
I'm an attorney, and I have to tell you that's a really strong argument by his defense attorney. After all, if we don't know what's in the affidavit, I mean, how, as the motion points out, no one in the public has seen the probable cause affidavit. So how can we assess whether the allegations against Allen are even strong? A good defense attorney is going to pick right up on that. They're going to point out just what the press is arguing when they're arguing for this to be released, that secrecy breeds this concept, that there is no confidence in the case, that they're still working on it, that this is like a Hail Mary pass arresting this guy. And they're going to argue that if you can't really bring that evidence to bear, then he should be let out on a reasonable bail or on his own recognizance. It's a really good argument. But I think you're right. The most shocking thing that we've learned this morning is that the prosecutor believes there could be another bad actor. That's really not going to breed confidence. Why isn't this other bad actor also under arrest? It's almost sending a message, we're figuring it out as we go. I can play this both ways. I can see why we would want to keep these things sealed. We want to make sure that when this goes to trial, if it goes to trial, that we can get an impartial jury. And yet at the same time, you could get a jury who believes that this is a kangaroo court, that this was an arrest of convenience, that the prosecutor simply felt public pressure to produce somebody, and that maybe they've got the wrong guy.
We now know court records show Allen's initial bond was set at $20 million. We have an online case summary showing past and upcoming court dates. We have a case number, so the public can now follow details and events in the case, instead of being hidden like it has been for the past 6 days since charges were first filed. What we still do not have is the detailed probable cause affidavit, which details why police believe Allen is responsible for the deaths of the 2 Delphi girls. That is supposed to be public, and it's still being kept under seal. The judge says keeping that important document under seal has created a difficult situation for the court. Today, Judge Diener copied 13 News on an email to state court administrators. He wrote, "Just so the world knows, the Caroll Circuit Court consists of me, Benjamin A. Diener, the judge. My court reporter was hired Friday and began Monday. My bailiff answers the phone, has no experience and no knowledge about legal process. Thankfully, there is a court administrator that has experience, but she has duties regarding Caroll Circuit and Caroll Superior Courts. That is it. So I am begging for some assistance to shield me, the court, from this storm, so that I, the court, can keep running the court."
Why are we sealing this document? What? I don't understand.
I wanted to speak up here too, because it's like, what were they? Fuck, you go first. Excuse my language.
Oh no, you're good. I'm just wondering why they sealed it, because if we do, I mean, if it's a legal document, then it should be available to the public. But at the same time, all the evidence should have been presented to the jury, and we know it wasn't. So Caroll County, I guess.
And someone just said that judge was making what, $70,000 a year. It's like, no wonder these people don't care. Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Insane. Right, Nancy.
The judge in the Delphi murders has now taken action and recused himself from presiding over that case.
Karen has the latest. Fill us in, Karen.
Well, Allen County Judge Fran Gull will now take over as the special judge in the Delphi murder case against Richard Allen.
Meanwhile, a state Supreme Court spokesperson says the new judge in this case will be Francis Gull.
It's the courtroom is the place, the arena, so to say, for that to be shared in.
Well, who was? I don't want to be considered a conspiracy theorist here, but like I can tell you politicians like Nancy Pelosi, for one, like they make a small amount of, I think it's $120,000 a year is what they're supposed to make, but they're millionaires, right? Because of she does the stock market, which they're not supposed to do, and she knows about stocks because they vote on stocks and lobbyists and all of that. So while on paper he might make $70,000, he probably has a lot more than that.
I was there that day, guys. That meeting didn't happen. I can't believe it. But he's been arrested. Now, obviously, he says he's completely innocent and did not do this. And he gets the presumption of innocence. And his original attorneys, who are fighting tooth and nail on this one and also believe in his innocence, are back on the case, Baldwin and Rosie. These two guys have been very aggressive in their defense of Richard Allen. Not a popular position to be in, right? This is the highest profile case, went unsolved for years, horrific murder, and you're representing the accused killer. You're not going to be popular, but they want in on this case. They want to do it. They believe in his innocence.
Often when police announce the identity of an individual charged with murder, that person has a long criminal history.
I apologize. I thought I was muted. I was talking to Basil. Basil wanted to go out of the room. So if y'all heard me, that's what I was talking about.
That is not the case with Richard Matthew Allen. Here's what we know. Allen is 50 years old. He also goes by Rick or Ricky. He's lived in Delphi for at least 16 years, and his home is less than 2 miles from the Monon High Bridge.
The Westville Correctional Facility is a maximum security prison, generally reserved for convicted criminals. Not people like Richard Allen who are awaiting trial. But his attorneys say Allen is being treated as if he's already been found guilty. In their motion, they say Allen is being held alone in a cell no bigger than a dog kennel, forced to wear soiled and tattered clothes, showering only once or twice a week, and not allowed to see his family.
It seems when, quote, investigators reviewing prior tips encountered a tip narrative from an officer who interviewed Richard M. Allen in 2017. The affidavit states detectives spoke to Allen again on October 13th, 2022. They executed the search warrant the same day and found the gun, which a lab later matched to the unspent bullet found at the scene. So again, why did it take 5 years for them to circle back to Allen?
So basically what we're learning from our reporting is that this delay may have been the result of some sort of clerical error where Allen's name was sort of possibly misfiled, and that prompted there to be a lot of time passing between when he first came on the radar and when they followed up on him.
But keep in mind that all the original interviews with other possible suspects and persons of interest were mysteriously lost, and the FBI had pinned Ron Logan as being bridge guy, but they made the FBI leave. I agree with Trixie, who said, I'm sorry, but a few weird things are a conspiracy. This is a whole network of criminals and cover-ups. Yeah. I'm not going to Indiana. I'll tell you that much.
A clerical error from an FBI civilian employee led to Richard Allen being overlooked as a suspect in 2017, something the FBI disputes. They tell us the implication that a clerical error by an FBI employee led to years of delay in identifying Allen is misleading, and that their review shows FBI employees correctly followed procedure.
Hold on a minute. I wanted to read this for you. Yeah, Criminal Network says 70 days of interviews disappeared. Right. Or recorded over. It's ridiculous. The FBI has not commented further on the arrest of Allen and did not attend the Halloween press conference. I'm so irritated. I guess maybe you can hear it in my voice. This is just bullshit.
There are lots of questions because the Carroll County prosecutor filed a request at the courthouse. Why is information in this case, why is the probable cause affidavit not released right now?
Once the prosecutor made the decision to do that and the judge signed that document, it took it completely out of our hands. I believe in the probable cause. I've read it multiple times. I believe in that probable cause, and I believe in its outcome.
Didn't know that. I don't know the gentleman personally at all, so definitely I don't know him.
When you heard the name, did you know who that was right off the bat, or did they have to explain, hey, he lived here, he worked at the CVS, or did you already know who he was?
I don't know the guy. Did not know.
We did not know him. I apologize. My computer's being slow. It says, look, Becky, there's your sister, Brenda, with Kathy Allen, Richard Allen's wife. Wow. Imagine that.
I never knew they knew each other. Like, what?
Yeah, that's crazy. And it seems like she's got a lot of corruption because, again, she appraised the Flora house fire for $45,000 right after they took that insurance policy out that was like $300,000.
Wait, who appraised it? I missed that.
Becky Patty. The one we
Holy
just saw?
shit.
The one we just saw, she
Oh
appraised.
my God.
Okay, so
I didn't.
this is the woman that appraised the house that for $45,000 that went up in flames, and on the insurance policy was listed as being worth $369, I think, $1,000.
Shh, the Delphi mom did the appraisal on the house that burned down in Florida. What
Yep,
the
and they say that Libby had played with those girls and knew those girls.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Yeah, the Patties acted like they didn't know the Allens, which is ridiculous. Yeah, it's all crazy. It's all a big spider web.
Explain, you know, hey, he lived here, he worked at the CVS. I mean, or did you already know who he was?
I don't know the guy. Did not know.
We did not know him. Well, damn.
Wasn't the only one in this case. So that's one of the main takeaways. Something else to point out, too, he presented the judge 4 pieces of what he considered to be key evidence in this fight to keep these documents sealed. And one of them, the third aspect of this that he submitted, was actually a written letter from Becky Patty. And of course, that's the grandmother of Libby German. That letter was asking the judge in the court to keep those documents sealed. The other thing that the prosecutor submitted today was a petition, and it had more than 40,000 signatures on it from community members who agreed that the documents should be sealed. And one other quote that caught my—
Frankly, where there is any sort of injustice.
Hey, MEP, and thank you for being here. MEP said FBI were very interested in Kelsey. Why her story changed, dropped off before going to work, yet I was at my boyfriend's house when my dad called me. Which is it, right? Criminal Network said Becky Patty started a petition and got 45,000 signatures to not unseal the probable cause affidavit. And thank you, New Mort, for being here. Says the name that connects the two is Regina Hartman. She was married to Tony Hilderman, the slumlord, and later married Mark Hartman. You know, BP is a Hartman, right? And Regina died at 38. Brad, I don't know which one BP. You can put names in my chat if you guys want to. It doesn't bother me. I'm not going to be talking about Sebastian Rogers anytime soon, so feel free to put names in my chat.
There will be a spotlight specifically pertaining to children.
I think it's been released. I think I went over the probable cause affidavit. I think it's since been released, but I could be wrong. It could have been a different document that I went over.
To the murders of 2 children that the country has grown to love and care about. Yeah, the media is not going anywhere. And I think it's interesting now that there are facts to be revealed. The media is all of a sudden a huge problem when the family has done nothing but encourage their own media spotlight. So I think that's ironic. And it's interesting that now everybody cares about a fair trial for the accused child murderer more than keeping the community safe.
You all will have an innate desire to subjectively interpret and then report what you think. The time will come when additional details can be released. But again, today is not that day.
The prosecutor suggested and argued that the charging records should be maintained confidentially to protect the victims and their family, and to protect the ongoing investigation. The defense argued that the records should be public because in 6 years of a confidential investigation, the public has been very helpful and the public has a right to know, and that if justice is to be served, you need a legitimate criminal process that is open to public oversight.
Now they filed a new document that accuses the case's chief investigator of some serious allegations that Caroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett fabricated and omitted evidence so he could get search warrants for Allen's home.
Sheriff Tony Liggett.
Again, this video was made by Criminal Network. His YouTube channel is pinned in the comments at the top. So if you guys would give him a like and subscribe, I'd appreciate it. You asked about the Frank's memorandum. I have read part of it, but I haven't read it on a live stream. I'm actually going over a motion that was filed by the defense team now, trying to get that video out for you guys. If you guys want any documents, if you go to As the Gavel Drops Discord, you can get documents on this and a lot of other things as well.
Liggett applied for the search warrant in October of last year, and it was signed by Judge Benjamin Diener, who eventually recused himself from the case. Allen's attorneys say Liggett fabricated statements of several key witnesses, who he says placed Allen at the trail during the time that Abby and Libby were murdered. The most serious allegation focuses on another witness who described a man in a tan jacket. Liggett changed that witness's statement to say that they saw a man in a blue jacket and that the clothing was bloody.
If you say the officer lied, and if you can show the officer lied, then there's really nothing in that affidavit that you can take. It was prepared by Alabama.
Oh my God. I didn't know that it was him who had changed the confession. I thought that the person changed their confession. That's insane. I didn't even know that.
And I can tell you, First Sergeant Jerry Holman has kind of led this investigation that has so many incredible people involved. But I can assure you that there's not a day that goes by that he doesn't do something with this case.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Phone calls, emails, reviewing evidence. You know, he is still, almost 3 years later, actively involved in this investigation.
To experience something of this magnitude. And this is one of those cases that very few agencies in the country could handle. So we've had there's lots of partners,
right.
You know, Carroll County.
Well, we're actually not even the lead agency.
That's correct.
On paper.
That's right. That's right.
Although we've kind of assumed the perception of that. The Carroll.
Pit Bullsey, I apologize that I did not see your comment. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you sharing your thoughts and opinions in a respectful way.
Notion of
the Carroll County Sheriff's Department is heading this up, and we're getting assistance from FBI and all the federal agencies.
Right. We've had hundreds of people from the ISP involved in this, and we will continue to as long as I'm here.
And
Who's the lead investigator, though, on this? Is it Carroll County? Is it you guys? Is it everybody?
Yes, it's a task force. We've been in a task force from the very beginning. This event happened in Carroll County, of course, but we've been unified since the very beginning, and we'll maintain that.
FBI too? Are they still involved?
FBI and all federal agencies continue to be available to us.
It took investigators more than 5 years to discover an interview in their files with Richard Allen that led them to arrest the Delphi man.
Manchester Vicky says, this is just wild to me. I hope someone from major TVs picks this up like Netflix, but really shows the truth. And I wanted to thank you for being here. While I do want justice for Abby and Libby more than anything, I want to make sure that the two victims of this crime are remembered and we don't end up having three, including Richard Allen.
For the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German near the Monon High Bridge. A month after Allen's arrest in the fall of 2022, Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin were appointed to defend him and then booted off the case a year later and then reassigned.
The Indiana Supreme Court did not like that decision. They reappointed Allen's original defense team. Those attorneys believe Allen is innocent, and last week they requested an early trial, forcing the judge to set a new trial date within 70 days.
I feel a sigh of relief for, mainly for the families.
This is not a typical, usual homicide investigation. They all matter. But this one is different. Due process is still a piece of all this puzzle. And this isn't over until it's over. And that's where the conviction of him.
And all of our energy and focus has been
I just want to point out that he said the conviction of him, not conviction of the person who did this, but the conviction of him.
towards getting the information to law enforcement so they can make an arrest. Well, now they've done that, and we're now, and we always knew it, but we didn't know what the task would next be. I mean, we knew it was going to be helping the prosecution to get to a, to prosecute it and, and get to a conviction. So we're still processing that, what's our role going to be there in that, in the prosecutions, how do we continue to help? Like I said, it was kind of a strange feeling that when they told us, hey, we've got somebody detained and we're going to make, arrest him. It's like, okay. I guess all that work has started to pay off. We've gotten them the information they need.
Gerald Campbell came in and said, keep doing what you're doing and you're going to be huge. I don't know if that's sarcastic or legitimate, but either way, thank you. I hope I didn't say you were sarcastic and you weren't being that way, but I appreciate it. Thank
It's
you.
legit. It's not sarcasm because like you even saying like you have the documents on your page on the Discord and whatnot, that's so organized, and like you have a whole video you're showing with commentary. Like you're doing good, girl.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
So I'm worried that this is just a red herring and that the message it sends is that they don't have a strong case.
And not let it ever be okay to us. Just another day. It can't be another day. It just can't be another day. We've got real problems, and it's this kind of a response, these kinds of families, this kind of a community that will maybe send a message, because it's all about accountability.
The time will come when additional details can be released. But again, today is not that day.
And not let it ever be okay to us. Just another day. It can't be another day. It just can't be another day.
This is really important. While I know you are all expecting final details today concerning this arrest, today is not that day. Today's not that day.
Just another day. It can't be another day. It just can't be another day. It could be today.
It could be today.
It could be tomorrow.
How much more video and audio evidence do you have?
I'm not going to talk about what we have that we haven't released. The purpose of this was to talk specifically about the human effect of this and what it's caused over the course of these last 5 years.
But can you confirm there is more evidence out there?
Yes, we have evidence that we've not released. And eventually I want to be able to tell the world what we know, and I believe that we will.
There is a report and some court documents that suggest there's up to 43 seconds of video. Can you confirm that?
Sorry about that. Be careful being loud like that. You'll blow somebody's eardrums if they're wearing headphones. What were you laughing
I'm sorry.
at?
I was just
You're good.
at there like, oh, we have more evidence than that. Where? No, you don't. We just had the trial.
Right.
No, you don't.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. He kept saying today's the day. Today could be the day. Tomorrow's the day. It'll be today. The day that he needs to use it to get reelected, in my opinion.
I can't. Again, I'm not going to talk about what we know or about what I think. I must talk about what we know. And there are some things that we know that I just simply cannot release.
If those lawyers are telling the truth in their court filing, well, this story killing because of the way the bodies were found.
Tony Liggett and you. Hey, Need Some Z's, and thank you for being here. Need Some Z's says Doug Carter is a paid actor and complicit in all this, in my opinion. MEP says, Need Some Z's, check out the YouTube channel I have pinned. You probably, it's Criminal Network. There's lots of good information. That's who made this video. MEP says, my theory is Brad Holder's son was dating Abby, didn't like Libby. He followed in Brad Holder's footsteps and joined Odinites and needed to be initiated using catfish to lure Abby and Libby, right? It's very possible. The Vinlanders, yeah, that's the Vinlanders. Yeah.
I gotta look more into the Vinlanders, but I definitely think Brad Holder was involved in some capacity.
Yeah, I do too. I think there's a lot of good old boy system going on here. I've seen it a lot in Appalachia too. In Kentucky, it happens in Indiana too. And everywhere else.
Unified Command attempted to conceal from Judge Diener and has since even attempted to hide from the defense that evidence supports that those practicing Odinism were the murderers of Abby and Libby. Tony Liggett swore under oath at his August 8th, 23 deposition that a Purdue professor did not believe that the sticks found on Abby's and Libby's bodies consisted of quote, runes, end quote. Sergeant Jerry Holman swore under oath at his August 10th, 23 deposition that a Purdue professor said that the sticks found on the girls did not represent, quote, Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of a group that would have conducted the crime, end quote. Dr. Turco discussed how runes were thought to have, quote, magical significance and would be used in incantations, in rituals, and that there is a sacrificial connection in mythological poetry. These
Fun fact, I've actually made runes on quartz crystals before several years back, and it could resemble ruins. It could also resemble some tarot cards to me.
were things again where somebody who was sort of an Odin quote fanboy end quote would likely come across. That on September 18th, September 21st, and September 27th, 2023, the state of Indiana made available to the defense a total of 14 hard drives, 5 flash drives, 3 disks, and what appeared to be hundreds of pages of paperwork.
I was muted. I'm just going to read this to you guys. Why was this critical signature-like crime scene evidence withheld from Judge Diener? The same reason the Purdue professor's interview was withheld from the defense.
New accusations in the Delphi murder case.
Attorneys for the defendant, Richard Allen, say they have new evidence that law enforcement lied and tried to hide information. Our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, joins us in studio. He's got the new details that were filed today in Carroll County Court. Bob?
Well, defense attorneys are still trying to convince a judge that Richard Allen is not the person who killed 2 teenagers in Delphi. So they say investigators tried to hide evidence that would point toward the murders being part of a ritualistic sacrifice. Richard Allen is charged with killing Abby Williams and Libby German back in 2017. His defense team claims it wasn't Allen, but instead people practicing the pagan religion of Odinism. Allen's attorneys say police brushed aside crime scene evidence of a ritual sacrifice after a Purdue professor told investigators there was no evidence to support that theory. But they say a recent interview with that professor contradicts what investigators told the defense just last month. Defense attorneys say the professor told investigators after viewing the pattern of sticks on the girls that it was a given that someone was trying to replicate a Germanic rune script possibly associated with Odinism. Allen's lawyers say a Harvard expert backed up that analysis. They claim investigators knew the name of the Purdue professor, but tried to hide it from Allen's defense team and misled the Carroll County prosecutor by telling him they did not know the professor's name and whereabouts. So why is all this important? Well, because the defense is trying to get important evidence against Richard Allen suppressed. And to do that, they're arguing investigators misled a judge to get a search warrant of Richard Allen's home. They're now trying to make the case that
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a minute, but I was listening. So they've got a Harvard professor to state that it does look like it could be ruins, and they're not letting the defense know about it or who the professor was or anything like that. That's ridiculous. Like, how can you look?
I wasn't sure, but I wasn't sure if that's what I was hearing or that the defense got Harvard and Harvard said, wait a minute, it does look like this. And then the defense was like, who is the Purdue guy? But they wouldn't give up who the Purdue guy was. So did they ever give that out? Did they ever figure out who's Purdue professor? Because it sounds to me like they just lied about that guy.
So yeah, I don't know. From what I heard was that they got a professor, which is what MEP is saying, Purdue professor, but law enforcement can't recall who they spoke with. So they got a professor. I would assume law enforcement or the court got a professor to look at it, and he stated that it did look like ruins. But then the defense tried to get that information, and law enforcement was like, "I don't remember who we talked to. I don't know about that. I can't tell you anything."
So that person never existed. Purdue, whoever said, "Oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit."
Yeah.
I bet anything.
Yeah. Criminal Network said even Ron Logan's search warrant mentions ruins. That's interesting. Wow. This is interesting.
It's amazing that anybody with eyeballs can see that crime scene was purposely set up that way. And yet there's nothing we can do about it. Because, I mean, if that crime scene was set up that way, then Richard Allen's not the guy, period.
Yeah.
Because in his timeline, he doesn't have the time to set it up like that. So
No.
then he can't be the guy, which we know, but a lot of other people don't know.
Yeah. This is a setup. And a lot of more people are related to all of this, I think, than we'll ever even know. It's ridiculous.
That if investigators allegedly lied about the professor, they're also capable of lying to get a search warrant.
But one thing I can guarantee you, everything we did with a purpose. And I will defend them until my final day. I've never been a homicide detective. I have a pretty good idea that these detectives are going to reset. And they're not going to leave a piece of paper unattended.
On Tuesday, February 14th, 2017, approximately 2 hours after a press conference announcing the discovery of the bodies of Liberty German and Abigail Williams was held at City Hall in Delphi, Indiana, a local resident named Richard Allen phoned a conservation officer whom he knew. The officer was Thomas D. Skinner, who lived in Lafayette, and he was in Delphi assisting in the search for the missing girls that day, having spent his career as a dedicated and well-respected conservation officer for the state of Indiana. Allen met Skinner at the Wallman's grocery store, located northeast of the courthouse in Delphi.
Important because Richard Allen doesn't have any ties to Odinism.
What if I take all this stuff off and I'm still a piece of shit?
In the early 2000s, a racist skinhead group called the Vinlanders Social Club, who identified as Odinists, formed in Indiana. That grew to be one of the largest and most hardcore racist skinhead groups in the country. But by the mid-2010s, membership had largely filtered out. Still, others remain entrenched in the state's prison system.
Members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism, hijacked by white nationalists, ritualistically sacrificed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Odinism is the pagan religion referenced above, and its followers are called Odinites. Odinists are enamored of Viking Nordic culture. Evidence supports that at the crime scene. These murdering Odinites left behind obvious signatures, symbols in the forms of runes. These blood of Liberty German.
I have spoken to many investigators who were on the scene at the time who say the assumption was they were randomly placed. They did not see a pattern. They didn't see intentionality there. The other interesting thing about these sticks, they did not collect them when they collected evidence from the crime scene.
That's another thing that just blows me out of the water. Yeah, and RC99, I agree.
Whoa. Slow down.
They
Sticks
left-
are placed on the bodies
Yes.
of the two victims here, and they're not collected as evidence?
They were not collected as evidence until several weeks later, conceivably when this Odinism stuff started to arise within the investigation, and they went back to try to collect those sticks.
Is it a racist organization? I mean,
Nationalist.
nationalist?
If you want to call that nationalism, call it nationalism. You want to call it skinhead, call it skinhead. And say racist, terrorist, Nazi, whatever.
Odinism in prison is definitely looked upon as a racial group, okay, where they just keep to their own. It's just an organization where you...
Okay, but my question is like, okay, I know of the Aryan Brotherhood, like talking about prison gangs. I've actually studied a lot about the Aryan Brotherhood. So is this Odinism the new Aryan Brotherhood?
You won't see too many or any at all black dudes running with. You ain't gonna see them.
The defense claims that two prison guards supervising Allen at the prison are Odinists who have threatened, intimidated, and mentally abused him.
Sorry about that. Hold on.
Black dudes running with. You ain't gonna see them.
It says Odinism is fairly common among white supremacist prison gang members in Indiana. You've got two large gangs, the Indiana Aryan Brotherhood and the Saxon Knights, present in the Indiana prison system. So why are those two not intersected into the Aryan Brotherhood? Because the Aryan Brotherhood is like everywhere. That is the white supremacist prison gang, as far as I know, from the research I've done.
The defense claims that two prison guards supervising Allen at the prison are Odinists who have threatened, intimidated, and mentally abused him, including monitoring and recording attorney visits with Allen. The attorney suggested Allen confess to the killings in an April phone call to his wife from prison because he feared his wife would be harmed if he did not. In sworn affidavits, the two guards admit that they wore patches on their uniforms that can be associated with Odinism, but they were ordered to remove them by their commander within just the past couple of weeks. Both guards say they do not practice Odinism and they are not part of a radical hate group.
In the motion to compel, it is stated in numerous points that geofencing information showed movements of multiple phones in and around the crime scene were tracked. Geofencing uses GPS, RFID, Wi-Fi, or other cellular data to trigger a pre-programmed action when a mobile device or RFID tag enters or exits a virtual boundary set up around a geographical location.
Is there somebody else out there?
D sub Z says Odinist is considered a religion, I believe. It is. We've talked about that. So I had an issue because basically the woman that we watched that was talking about it was saying basically all Odinists are members of this prison gang, and that's not true. That would be like saying all Christians are Catholic, when we know there's like Catholic, Baptist, Protestant, all of the things. Odinism is a religion, but I guess I'm referencing this one evidently prison gang sect. And you know, if you're going to talk about him being in Westville and then the prison gang, being there, they do get guards involved in the prison gang activities. Like the inmates will have guards involved. That's how they get cell phones and rugs and cigarettes and all of the things that they want in. They have guards that they pay off because these organizations, these groups have people on the outside that send them tons of money, lots of money, enough to pay off the guards. So I guess that's one correlation to this. Oh, Shaboogies, I hope I didn't upset.
Right now, we've arrested Richard Allen, and that's what the courts have allowed us to do.
It's January. Today, they argue that Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland and the Indiana State Police have been dragging their feet or outright refusing to turn over evidence the defense team thinks could prove their client not guilty, including tracking data of other cell phone users in the vicinity of the murder scene in February of 2017.
I wanted to pause. There were some great comments in chat. Nancy H says, gets a face tattoo, but isn't fired. Shows how deep this goes in the prison. Right. Criminal Network after that said patches aren't allowed, but at Westville, they were proudly wearing them at work. Right. And RC99 brought up a great point. They said, yeah, it's so they can be racist and get religious exemption. That's a good possibility. And then Need Some Z said, so true. Hold on, my computer's being slow. Not all are in gangs and crimes and things like Abby and Libby, right? Not all of them, but that is suspicious. Hello, Sunday Soapbox, and thank you for being here. Yeah, Sunday Soapbox says, let's face it, Flora mom would have met Allen's fate if she fought for justice. I could definitely see that. And Bad Girl said, Carter said we arrested Allen because that's what the courts allowed us to do. Who states that? Wow, I didn't catch that. Thank you for bringing that up.
More information that was found on Libby's cell phone, along with the video of the suspected killer, and details about an investigation into Odinism after 3 investigators wrote an 80-page report on the potential presence of Nordic ritualism at the crime scene and the deletion of interviews of adults who knew Abby Williams and were suspected Odinists. The defenders are asking Special Judge Fran Gull to force the state to comb its files and turn over everything it's got, or explain why some evidence doesn't exist and face sanctions for not providing full compliance.
On the Odin report, that Westfall appears 10 times in pictures that Holder posts on Facebook prior to February 13th, 2017.
It's creepy as hell nonetheless to hear about it, but I'd really need to see it, man, beforehand, because I'm actually trying to see what this Odin report actually has in it and how bad he twisted and, pulled stuff just to make that memorandum look the way it did towards me.
We have Mr. Todd Click. When I was detective, I received an extensive amount of training, mainly focusing in on forensic computer investigations, death investigations, homicide investigations, robbery investigations. I was an investigator for the Indiana Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. A lot of those investigations were not only done here in Rushville, but the southeastern part of Indiana. A lot of child molest, child exploitation cases. I went through a week-long training in St. Louis, Missouri on suspicious death and homicide investigations. Received some training from some of the top homicide investigators in the United States. And then when I became assistant chief, gears kind of switched a little bit, and a lot more human resource training, internal affairs investigations training, things of that.
Nancy H, thank you for being here. I don't know if I've said hey to you yet. said fluency is a whole nother rabbit hole. And Eek, I see that comment, but I didn't see any of your other ones. I wanted to tell y'all again, this video is not mine. It's from Criminal Network, and his YouTube is pinned at the top of the comment section. If you don't mind, give him a like and subscribe, and consider liking this video as well.
Over the course of the last 3+ years, we, people dressed like me, have been criticized, scrutinized, evaluated, and reviewed. My profession has never been in a lower place. I've said before and will say again on the local and national stages that law enforcement officers are not without sin. And we deserve some of the criticism we've received.
When all this was being litigated in terms of them trying to get him moved, and we first heard about these guards using the camcorder to photograph and to videotape the attorney visits. And it was a situation where we were not made aware that they were turning him towards the window so that they could see his mouth. So, and as a criminal defense attorney, that's like me being able to talk to my client is sacrosanct in terms of privacy when I'm trying to prepare for trial. If I think that guards are even anywhere near earshot, I'm not talking at all. And I'm telling my client not to talk at all about anything substantive with the case. But your question's a fascinating one, because I would definitely 100% be trying to get it tossed out as well as through the poisonous tree, because it all stems from that warrant. If you don't have the warrant, you don't have the bullet. And then the question becomes, his mere presence at the bridge, which he volunteered that information, is that enough for the warrant to stand? That's ultimately what Judge Gall, presuming that these women come in and testify, we're talking about the witnesses, that they say, hey, Liggett lied. This is what we said, and this is what Liggett put in his affidavit. It's clearly a lie. And if Gall says, okay, well, I'm going to pull those out, does the warrant still have enough probable cause to stand on its own 2 feet?
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Ball.
Wow, that is interesting. So basically, they're saying that that Liggett, who was running for sheriff at that time and losing the race, signed a warrant and lied on it. And if they took that warrant or took out his paperwork that basically got him the warrant where he lied, would they have enough probable cause to have even entered Richard Allen's house? And the answer would be no. And he won election on arresting Richard Allen. So, allegedly speculating, to be clear.
Baldwin issued a press release not too long into their getting the case, and they said they believe that Richard Allen is innocent. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do. I don't think Mr. Allen had anything to do with this. I honestly don't.
You're a defense attorney, so that's your job to sort of say your client is innocent. Is that something you say about all your clients?
No, and rarely do I believe it. But in this particular case, I believe it 100%.
And what convinced you?
Conversations with him, the fact that he lived in this very small community that's not much bigger than a high school. He worked at the CVS in Delphi. The police sketches are hung up in the CVS. The bridge guy picture is in the CVS. And in 5.5 years, no one comes into that store and says that kind of looks like you. And I don't know if this has any relevance, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but an arrest was made 27 days before a sheriff election. Just my humble opinion that played some kind of role in his arrest. He has no criminal record. They raided his house, took all of his social media. There's no ties to this Odinistic cult whatsoever. He didn't even know that there was Odinist in Delphi. He had never heard of it. Just a lot of things don't make sense.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin also said that that there's no electronic evidence linking him to the crime scene or the girls, and that there's no DNA of his at the scene. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You had not heard of Odinism when it first was floated with regard to this case?
I honestly thought, I was like, no disrespect to Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie, because they're excellent lawyers. I thought it was hocus pocus. I honestly didn't. I'd never heard of it. And the more I got into it, that's a real thing. It is a real thing, and it's scary.
It was difficult enough for Abby and Libby trying to get justice for these two young girls in solving the case. It took more than 5 years to arrest and charge someone who, like, on the second day of the investigation, they knew was there, and they never followed up on it. It's unreal. But now Richard Allen has been charged, and his trial, he's asking for a speedy trial. He wants his trial, claiming his innocence, saying it's the Odinists that did it.
Amber told law enforcement the following. Brad spoke of Patrick one time when he was intoxicated and said that he and Patrick got into a fight and they no longer speak to each other. He told her that he and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something that the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. She said the river was near Patrick's house. Note, Brad has a Facebook post with him and Patrick together. He also told her that Patrick had killed a lot of people and it didn't matter if they were innocent or not. Amber truly believes Brad is scared of Westfall. She took a lie detector test and he told her that you were responsible for the murders. That's what they put in the memorandum.
What?
Yeah, I didn't know she's taking a lie detector.
What? How did I not know this? Thank you, Criminal Network, for the information. How did we not know this? Maybe some of you did, but I didn't. Good Lord. And like somebody said, Shaboogies, I bet if Shaboogies, I don't know what happened, but I didn't boot you off the stage. Just to put that out there. Shaboogie said, I bet if Richard Allen was linked to white supremacy at all, they would have ran with the Odinist theory as in the prosecution. Yeah, if they'd have found anything linking him to that, the prosecution would have brought it up in trial. I don't think this was Richard Allen. That's just my humble opinion, though.
I know that she did make that statement. Something about she was asking about me, trying to find out information.
It kind of blew me away when I read that. I had no idea this whole time since the start of this stuff in Delphi, all the way up to the memorandum was released. I had no idea that man ever even made a statement about me. But I mean, and if she said it and that's the words out of his mouth and it was verified by polygraphs and stuff, you know, I ain't going to just say anything about what she said, but it just blows me away that Brad would even go and tell people about that. When we got into it, it was.
Hold on, I'm going to read that real quick. So this is the person that I guess Brad Holder was getting into it with. It says, prior to Amber leaving, she said that Brad told her, let me start over. Prior to Amber leaving, she said that Brad told her to, quote, stay off Westfall's radar. And, quote, I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions. He also told her that if Westfall found out she was married to him, that she would be in danger. Brad also questioned her on why Westfall would be going on a, quote, date, that he was under the impression that Westfall was married or engaged to someone, emphasis added.
Way that Brad would even go and tell people about that. When we got into it, it was at my house in my living room. It wasn't out in the woods doing some ceremony by a river. He was.
Yeah, that's. Okay. So I'm assuming this is Patrick that's on the live stream. It says Amber said that Brad spoke of Patrick one time when he was intoxicated and said that he and Patrick got into a fight and that they no longer speak to each other. He told her that he and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. one of them said or did something that the other did not agree with, and they no longer talk to each other. She said the river was near Patrick's house. Note, Brad has a Facebook post with him and Patrick together on January 21st, 2017, and I'm assuming that was the picture we just saw. I'm going to take it back a little bit to see the picture again. So I'm assuming this is that Patrick person.
Words out of his mouth, and it was verified by polygraphs and stuff. You know, I ain't going to just say anything about what she said, but it just blows me away that Brad would even go and tell people about that. When we got into it,
Trying to catch it. That's the picture that I'm assuming is on the Facebook.
it was at my house in my living room. It wasn't out in the woods doing some ceremony by a river. He was starting to be untruthful about a lot of stuff. I would hear stories from people about how, you know, he would claim to save my life in Afghanistan on numerous occasions, diving on me in guard towers while rockets were flying through, just off the wall crap. And one day his boy texted one of my kids and said, well, we're running late today. We'll be there in the
Real quick, I wanted to read this. Soapbox said Westfall was a brother to the white van guy's mom. That's interesting. And this says, when interviewed a second time, Amber discussed a conversation Amber had with Brad Holder. Excuse me. She had gone to Brad Holder's house to visit him. While the children were upstairs, Amber, inquired about Patrick Westfall under the ruse that Amber's girlfriend had a date with Patrick. This is what continued on page 10 of the Odom report. Brad became very nervous and told her that she needed to stay away from Westfall or she would, quote, end up dead. She said that Brad told her Westfall and his crew, and then it goes on to something else. Need some Z's is got information on this. So I'm assuming this is the memorandum, which is on As the Gavel Drops Discord. And I will drop their link in the description box below. I'll try to grab it for the chat.
a little bit. And it's because we're at church. And so from there, I confronted him at my house about the whole church issue, going to church and then coming to my house and playing Also True, and told him, man, you know, can't be in both worlds with me, dude.
I mean, seriously. I mean, if you're going to confront me, just leave social media out of it. You know, come confront me like a man.
Did you ever suspect him of having any involvement in the crime? Did you ever think like, oh, well, maybe Brad Holder might, you know?
I don't know.
Prosecutor Nicholas McClellan said in court on Tuesday that he believes Allen did not act alone. A former FBI agent who worked on the investigation told me he wasn't surprised.
So during the investigation when I was there, we were still open to any, whether it be one person or multiple people.
We still don't know exactly who these folks are. Well, I'm in a year and a half or so, I'll finish my 40th year. I've never seen anything like this in my entire career. I think one of the reasons is because it's captured the attention of the world, because it's Everytown USA. It's Everytown USA. It's your daughter and it's mine. It's her friend and it's my daughter's friend. I think that's one of the reasons that it's captured the attention of really the globe. And this is, I think, one of the reasons it has such a global interest is because this is every small town in America. Yeah, and that's true.
That's the one thing that came out this morning that I was not expecting as a criminologist or as an attorney. And let's look at that one sentence Barbara just read one more time. The prosecutor has good reason to believe that Allen is not the only actor in this heinous crime. What? If there is somebody else, and a good reason? Okay, apparently not enough probable cause to make an arrest. And if we're going to be looking for Richard Allen to be convicted with proof beyond a reasonable doubt, then we just kind of introduced some lovely reasonable doubt that Richard Allen may not be guilty, may not be entirely guilty, had an accomplice. From a criminology perspective, this would be highly unusual. If you're talking about...
Yeah, that Brad Holder guy, I'm going to drop a picture in the motion that was filed on October 30th by the defense that I'm working on getting that video out today. I'll probably go over the memorandum and the search warrant at some point. Just to tell you real quick, I won't be live tomorrow, unfortunately. I have to go to the doctor once a month, and tomorrow is my day to go. But I will be back on Thursday. But tomorrow, I have to drive a lot, but there will be times that I've stopped or whatever, and I'm just kind of hanging out, and I'm going to work on getting some more videos out then. Abellis, we miss you.
About somebody who would be a co-defendant, that he did not act alone in murdering these two young ladies. That would be on one side of the spectrum. The other side is just that we're talking about somebody who may have destroyed evidence, who knew and didn't turn him in. It could be that the bad actor. It doesn't even say bad actor, just another actor. So I'm worried that this is just a red herring, and that the message it sends is that they don't have a strong case.
MEP, yeah, you can drop, I dropped the link, but you can drop a link. Anybody can drop a link. If you guys have a Facebook, Lord have mercy. If you guys have a YouTube channel, please drop it in chat so that people over here at the Speculating Family can go give you a like and subscribe to help get your channel built.
Statistically, this guy acted alone, most likely. And if they've got the evidence, they should be proud of it, and they shouldn't be afraid to release it.
I think that's what everybody expects. So on one hand, we say to the media, thank you. And I really do mean that.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
For keeping this front and center, not just nationally, but even globally. But then the other side is when you have questions, we can't answer them. So I understand that frustration. I really, truly do. Right now, he's the one that's been that's now facing murder charges. So again, we are not going to stop looking at other people until this is completely done and we have nothing left to do. We're going to look back on this and probably realize, dang it, I wish we'd have done A, B, and C rather than D and E.
Right.
But now's not the time for us to change that strategy and talk about everything that we know.
Right,
over time. It was important that we kept talking about this.
Nobody, Trixie. I was able to grab it real quick. I was dropping as the gavel drops Discord, where they have all the documents. You just have to know how to navigate Discord, which I do not. So she usually sends me the documents personally because I don't know how to navigate Discord. But if you know how to navigate Discord, you can find all of the documents to so many cases.
This information, everybody expects everything to be solved through science today, and that's just always not the case. The human impact has been really, really fascinating to watch. And again, we didn't have a playbook here.
After 5 frustrating years, this man, Richard Allen, was arrested for killing both girls. Allen admitted being in the area that day, and prosecutors say a bullet found at the scene was forensically connected to his gun. One problem: Abby and Libby were not shot.
I don't understand, maybe they did this, maybe they didn't, as to why they didn't run all of the surrounding gun stores of 40 caliber type weapons, because I have solved a number of murders that way, because typically people who commit crimes like this have purchased a weapon legally, and they have purchased it someplace close to their residence.
I don't necessarily encourage them to go out there without permission, because it is private property, and sometimes we overstep our welcome or boundaries there. So, but if you did it the right way, and somebody finds something and they do it the right way, and they contact police right away so we can collect it properly, then I would say, yeah, it could be beneficial.
I spent a couple of weeks out here shortly after, just scanning the woods and creek banks and looking for clues, items, anything I could find that would possibly help catch this guy.
The bullet evidence critical to the case against Richard Allen is based on dubious scientific methods and lacks a proper chain of custody. This absence undermines the evidence's credibility. A bullet was found buried 2 inches deep and was discovered 3 weeks later by a hiker near the crime scene. The controversy surrounding the bullet deepens due to the actions of law enforcement. After the hiker reported the discovery, law enforcement asked her to send a photo via text. She complied, and only afterwards was she instructed to deliver the bullet to the command center. Following her compliance, law enforcement immediately returned to the crime scene. This is very problematic when we consider that Jerry Holman told Richard Allen, and I quote, "And I'm telling you that we had this round on February 14th, 2017, and it's been secured in a laboratory, and we've tested other guns." Holman then states the bullet was logged and photographed. Okay, then hand over the documents of chain of custody to the defense.
Indiana State Police announced.
What the shit? What the shit, man? Hello, Lisa M. Adventure, and thank you for being here. What the crap? What the crap? Y'all, are you serious right now? Wow.
Announces promotion of First Sergeant Jerry Holman to Lieutenant. Okay, that's unexpected based on what we saw, but apparently that is what's going on here.
The confession could be explained. The bullet is compromised.
Nancy H. brings up a great point that says that's the original story. They all lied on the stand. And again, that's enough for a mistrial. Wow. Oh my God, I did not know that. Criminal Network is just dropping all the information. Again, that's who made this video. Their channel is linked at the top of the comment section. Carrie Timmons, Libby's biological mom, was shunned by the Patties. And he also says that the entire case was a sham. Yeah, right, Gerald?
The witness, I thought, Ron Logan.
FBI agent talking about Ron Logan, which is going to be really important. I saw Cheech the Peach. Thank you for being here. Cheech the Peach says this is all so horrific. It really is. Thank you for being here.
He's dead.
And is.
A probable cause affidavit explains why someone is charged with a crime, and the law says that document must be publicly filed once the charge takes place. But in this case, that is not happening.
The probable cause and the charging information has been sealed by the court.
The prosecutor says he asked a judge to keep the document under seal because the investigation is ongoing and investigators want more tips from the public.
It is surprising.
Novella Needeth spent 2 decades as a public defender and now teaches law at Indiana University. She says she's never...
Eek, I question if they even looked for a saltwater tank. I don't know that they had the intelligence to even think, well, if he's getting tropical fish, he probably needs a saltwater fish tank. So
secret in such a high-profile case. She says releasing the information helps ensure due process for the defendant and allows the public to ask important questions. In this case, both of those things are in jeopardy because the case is essentially being kept secret.
So Criminal Network says Ron Logan said he was playing with his tropical fish for 8 hours. Like, did he take them for a walk? What the shit? This is crazy.
As we know, the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen was being withheld by the prosecution as it was under seal until yesterday when a special judge, Fran Gall, ruled on the release of the document with redactions. The PCA is an 8-page document, and we received 7 of those pages with all witnesses redacted. I have quite a few issues with this document, not only in the way that it is written, but the nature of the evidence that was used to put Allen behind bars. I find it to be subjective, and in the words of Allen's attorneys, flimsy, boring, and disappointing. They certainly were not bluffing when they made those remarks. I was hoping this affidavit would include some objectivity and factual evidence, but all we really got were inconsistent witness statements from a group of juveniles and other redacted witnesses, and subjective opinions of investigators that were frankly unsubstantiated by facts. The bullet evidence is shaky and subjective, as conceded in the document, and it's frankly written in a very word salady manner. I think this information could have been presented in a much more concise and professional manner.
Oh, I don't know if y'all heard that, but there was a bullet fired. The Logan warrant does not mention the magic bullet or any evidence that a firearm was used in the crime. I live out in the country and there's a field over there. I think they're deer hunting or practicing over there. So sorry if y'all heard that gunshot. It was pretty loud. And the state smoking gun against Allen.
This investigation is far from complete.
As Mr. Allen is now without counsel, I've ordered him transported back to the Department of Correction. Obviously, without counsel, Mr. Allen's hearing cannot proceed.
It was a very personal moment for me, and I think it was a very personal moment for them, for all of us that have had interaction with the family. We developed a relationship that I think is going to last at least one lifetime, and maybe a second. So it was a very, very, very sad yet a very humbling experience.
We found them. They'd been missing. We'd suspended the search at nighttime. Started up again the next morning.
No inclination right now as to the fact that this is some big cover up. This is not a Lifetime movie or any other major media outlet where it's just a cut and dry cover up. We don't feel that way for the most part.
They could be covering something up.
I've had those conversations with people before, and I'll keep those are private conversations. I promise you, on lives of two people that are most important to me in my lifetime, and that is my daughter and my wife. That's not happening.
Hey, Hunter's Moon, and thank you for being here.
While I'm here, there will be nothing of the like.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a rumor, and that, today in today's world, it's easy to say something like that, but take a step back and think about what it would mean for that to actually occur.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not.
Yeah, and I think the reason people think it is because there's a couple cases specifically that I'm working on that I post a lot about, but there is a lot of police corruption, and I think there are in other places, but I definitely don't think there is any here. Or at least in our case, maybe there are in other places.
Hmm.
And so you're answering their questions, and you're answering these things, and then maybe something would come up that make you stop and think, and so I would go back and do some digging later. The problem is once you say something, you can't say anything different. We're not allowed to be like a police investigation. We're not allowed to uncover something else, because if something else comes out, heaven forbid, we're covering up or changing our stories or whatever.
Wow.
We never can
I think
accept
it
the way it
was
is. Our citizens deserve better, and we all know what has to happen. We all know what has to happen. And as I sunset in my career, I am not going to leave it as broken as I see it.
While RICO was originally aimed at the mafia, over the past 37 years, prosecutors have used it to attack many forms of organized crime: street gangs, gang cartels, corrupt police departments, and even politicians. Another aspect of RICO is that if one person in an organization is tied to the crime, everyone may likewise be tied to that same crime. However, RICO does not apply to all crimes. A violation of RICO occurs when a person in connection with an enterprise engages in a pattern of racketeering activity. Racketeering activity includes arson, bribery, counterfeiting, distribution of a controlled substance, embezzlement, extortion, gambling, homicide, kidnapping, mail fraud, money laundering, robbery, wire fraud, and witness tampering.
Reinstatement of the original defense.
Hold on. I want to go back because there's a case going on right now that involves the RICO Act. Let them read through them charges again, just for those of you who are following the RICO Act filing charge.
Distribution of a controlled substance, embezzlement, extortion, gambling, homicide, kidnapping, mail fraud, money laundering, robbery, wire fraud, and witness tampering.
Again, in order to be charged with RICO, you have to be working with an enterprise and commit arson, bribery, counterfeiting, distribution of a controlled substance, embezzlement, extortion, gambling, witness tampering, wire fraud, robbery, money laundering, mail fraud, kidnapping, or homicide. In order to be charged with RICO. In order to be charged with RICO. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Moving on.
Reinstatement of the original defense team, Bradley, Rosie, and Andrew Baldwin. Richard Allen also looking to have the judge removed from the case, Judge Frangall, removed from the case, and he wants his speedy trial. He wants a trial within 70 days. I mean, that trial was supposed to be happening right now. If the original attorneys did not get tossed off, that trial would be happening right now, and that's what Richard Allen wants. He doesn't like being in prison. He doesn't like hanging out with the Odinist guards, and he doesn't like being locked up, and he says he's innocent.
Richard Allen has been in prison for more than 16 months, charged with the murders of Delphi teenagers Abby Williams and Libby German. His attorneys believe Allen is innocent, so they want his trial to begin as soon as possible. That's why they filed this motion that requires the judge to set a speedy trial date. Once this motion is filed, state rules say a trial must be commenced no later than 70 calendar days from the date of the motion, unless there's a delay due to congestion of the court calendar or an emergency, or if the defendant is released from jail pending the start of the trial. Those delays are unlikely because Allen is charged with such serious crimes. And
yeah, I understand that he wanted a speedy trial, and all of this has not been speedy at all. That man has been in isolation alone for 13 months. It's ridiculous. Criminal Network said the Los Angeles police were charged with RICO at one time, and I believe it. I absolutely believe that.
And Special Judge Francis Gall has been granted permission to bring in other judges to hear her cases in Allen County so she can focus on the trial in Delphi.
Really, the judge, no holds barred, really. She says what she wants to say when she wants to say it. The defense is being polite and professional, but at the same time, you can almost feel the animosity in between there.
What are we going to see? The way we're looking at Richard Allen, who looked so healthy when he was first arrested, and now he's emaciated. Will he live long enough to see his trial?
When, in my estimation, the state was getting their butt handed to them by these two defense attorneys, and like the memo or not, that's what a defense of a guy that you believe is innocent looks like.
It says, and that's what a corrupt prosecutor looks like. I question if he's going to live long enough to see his appeal.
Are you ready? You ready, Nikki?
It says, moreover, Nicholas McLeland has never successfully prosecuted a unaliving case. And never successfully prosecuted an unaliving case is underlined.
Doug, why is the profession in its lowest place that you've ever seen? What?
Criminal Network says speedy trial was withdrawn because Gold gave defense attorneys time constraints. Thank you for that info.
Tells you that.
I think no matter what we do, we're wrong. And we're guilty until we prove ourselves innocent. And guys like me should be the ones held accountable for inappropriate actions by the rank and file. And I make every single attempt to do that and be as transparent as I can. We are human beings. We're not machines. We have families and kids and struggles and challenges and all the things that everybody else has, but yet we're expected to be something other than human. Please be patient. Become our partners and communicate with us as often as you can. I welcome that criticism. I welcome that criticism. You're going to hear more in just a minute about what we know.
Somebody knows.
Somebody knows who this murderer is. Somebody knows. I can't explain all the things that I know.
That's because only police and the killer know.
I do believe someone out there does know something, but they don't know they know it.
I still believe somebody knows.
The initial word that popped into my mind was pride. I have a lot of pride for not only our folks, but every individual that's committed to this investigation.
Some of these individuals have postponed retirement, passed on promotional opportunity, have dedicated personal time away from their families, given up nights, weekends, and holidays, all while in the pursuit of accountability for Abby and Libby.
Judge Frances Gall said that she will not step down from the Delphi murders case. The defense team has questioned her ability to be impartial, and they requested that she step aside.
New today, defense attorneys for Richard Allen claim that some crucial evidence in the case is missing, and now they want the entire case against Allen tossed out.
So our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, is here live in studio to sort all this out for us. And Bob, what evidence is in question in this case, and why could this potentially be so very important?
Well, this is the document that was filed today. It is a motion to dismiss murder charges against Richard Allen because of missing audio and video evidence that the attorneys say was destroyed. And they say that evidence could have been used to show Allen did not commit murder. Allen's lawyers claim 2 other people were involved in the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. Their motion says the FBI interviewed those 2 men just a few days after the bodies of the Delphi teenagers were discovered in 2017. Allen's defense team received a summary of those interviews. They requested recordings containing the full interviews, but they were told those recordings do not exist. Late last month, the defense attorneys learned why. They were told due to a DVR program error discovered in September 2017, all recordings up to February 20th, 2017 were recorded over. The defense team says that means the videotaped interviews were deleted by the police, and they say it's unknown what other interviews were deleted during the relevant timeframes in the first week following the murders. They say they believe the deleted recordings would contain evidence that could support Allen's defense, including showing inconsistencies in what the other suspects told police when they were interviewed. The defense attorneys also claim police had prepared search warrants for those other men's cell phones, but there's no evidence that the warrants were ever served. For all those reasons, the defense team wants the judge to dismiss the murder charges against Allen because
they had search warrants for their phones, but never delivered the search warrants. Like, are you serious right now?
They say the missing evidence violates his constitutional right to due process. It's just the latest claim that could result in this murder case later going to appeal, where it would be scrutinized for errors and possible misconduct.
All right, baby.
You're right. I took a 4.5-hour polygraph. I gave DNA. They didn't subpoena me. They didn't force me to come in there. I did it willingly. I walked into a damn lockdown facility, you know, a place that you're not getting back out of until they want you to come back out of it, to help out in any way, shape, or form that I could and put any thoughts to rest that there might be there.
We were all told from the beginning there was no DNA in this case. So when he asked me for DNA, I'm like, oh. So you guys did have DNA in this case, or otherwise you wouldn't be asking for fucking mine. I said that also begs the question, the hell you do with Richard Allen in jail? If you're still looking for other people's DNA, that must mean you have DNA in the case and his didn't match.
Wow.
But in my heart of hearts, he cared about her in the time that they knew each other, and their family experienced difficult time because of what had happened here, because they were questioned extensively. But yes, there was a boy, and he's doing quite well and is moving forward in life.
Don't know who killed him. Please leave my family alone.
I got to tell you, I'm a little bit nervous.
Whoa.
This is live. As I stand here before you, I just cannot help that we're all bad. It's my job to take care of you. But since I did not, how do you deal with conflict with a person that doesn't look like you? I really wish over time I would have cataloged and documented. But since I did not, all of these examples should have been a clear sign to me that we're all bad. I will never forget one person saying to me, "Superintendent, when was the last time you were ever in a room and no one looked like you?" Never. I also learned that day that I do see color, especially those that don't look like me. I do not and will not apologize.
What the fuck?
I will not stand here and offer excuses.
Okay.
You deserve better than that.
Austin True is a cult. Christianity is a cult. Judaism is a cult. I mean, if one's a cult, they're all a cult. I'm going to say whatever I need to say and as loud as I want to say it. And I want to stand here just unbelievably unapologetic about it because it's not me they hate. And you go figure out what it is and move on with it. Paint the picture differently than the guy who's crouched in the corner with snarling fangs and teeth and shit like what he did to me, what is going on with my kids, friends and family, the shit he caused at my job. There's entire shifts threatening to do some walkout and call corporate and do some big stage walkout if they don't get this pagan cult leader killer and shit out of the building, like hating everything I see from going out windows and horrible accidents on my motorcycle, dressed in all black, ready to bust people's heads wide open.
Okay.
And it happened a lot. And they sit and discuss it and talk, and they stand around and sing and chant.
I mean, this has been years, okay? I don't know who did it. I honestly don't know. I wish they would catch him. It'd be nice. Maybe you people would leave me the hell alone.
Right.
Last thing I need to be is labeled even more of a domestic terrorist.
This is live. As I said early on, there was no playbook. But we have one now.
No doubt.
Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland also cited the integrity of the investigation.
And that's why all of us have a little bit of piece of the puzzle here, or a piece of the
No,
pie,
no
or
doubt.
whatever.
What a beautiful
I
choice of words. I'm kind of letting this play because I do got to get through it. Again, this is Criminal Network. His YouTube channel is pinned at the top of my comment section. If you guys could please give him a like and subscribe. And if you like this video, give us a like and subscribe too. And to all my people, all my speculating family members, I will not be live tomorrow, but I will be back Thursday.
I want to meet with Mike and Becky and Anna.
I heard that.
And I want to tell them we did it. That's what I want to tell them.
Me too. True crime. I did too. It says Cody Patty and Richard Allen lived just one house apart in 2008, according to property records. And Hunter's Moon said DNA allegedly from a lab assistant, but there was no such person. Yeah, that was interesting. Sorry about that. What you're hearing. Windows open. So this is February through September 2008. And then there's one house in between them. And then Richard Allen is here December 2006 to present. No wonder they don't want us to see the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen.
Now, to sit here and unpack all the lies the people surrounding this case have publicly told would take me hours, and most of them have already been discussed on my channel. But to quickly summarize, the family's timeline of that day or even the weekend before have never been confirmed or endorsed by law enforcement, and it is entirely fabricated to give everyone a convenient alibi. The details of their stories have changed countless times, from the varying reports of the existence of sweatshirts, though Libby's Bolo did not mention a sweatshirt, to the 10 to 20 kids Kelsey saw when supposedly dropping the girls off at the trails.
That's crazy. Lindsay says, at what point does bringing in an outside source to investigate the police department seem like it might need to happen? Anytime now, but they made the FBI leave.
Will try to dismiss any inconsistency as just them learning more information and magically remembering new details. They have made calculated moves to adjust and promote their narrative to avoid scrutiny and ultimately prosecution. They have intentionally muddied the waters under the guise of noble activism from a grieving family, despite never having been cleared from this investigation. They traveled the nation, went on Dr. Phil, Megyn Kelly, Dr. Oz, countless crime con conventions to spread the image of Bridge Guy far and wide, despite law enforcement publicly stating they believe the killer is from their 3,000 person community. They have attacked, bullied, and censored anyone who asks any questions about the many inconsistencies in their tale.
Wow. I'm sorry. GSZ1122 says, was Kelsey's phone ever checked by LE? And I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. Goodness gracious.
Help us to capture the person responsible for these murders.
I don't know if she was at the verdict yesterday.
Yeah. First time I saw this, the first thing and the only thing that came into my mind was Odin hanging himself from the tree of the 9 realms. And so he could drink from one of the wells at the bottom that were, to get the power of the runes. Oh, that's the downward. Is that not Anzum's?
That's what it looks like.
It's creepy as hell that drawing was there. And if it's anything close to what the defense is saying, that is some creepy shit.
Right.
And it definitely should be looked into. There ain't no joke about it.
Okay, fact one. I was at work in Buffalo, Indiana, at Liberty Landfill when the
This is Brad Holder, Logan Holder's father.
murders occurred. Fact two. My son was at school when the murders occurred. Right here in Logansport.
We have dark days ahead in this country. We must not turn our citizens off, turn our citizens against us because of criticism, because some of that criticism we have earned, and we own it. Because somebody out there knows. I can't explain all the things that I know.
We don't want the killer to know that what we know.
Just to reiterate, that painting that you just saw was from the man who was saying, number 1, I was at work at the landfill. Number 2, my son was at school. That painting that you saw, that man hanging upside down by the tree, he made that painting.
He has no idea what we know, but one day he will. What we know and what we don't know. What only the killer would know that we know. And you want to know what we know.
Somebody knows. Somebody does know.
Somebody
Absolutely.
knows. No one will ever know. No one will ever know.
So when it comes to corruption, there can be no compromise. It must be exposed and rejected at every turn.
This says, I believe there's a much larger federal investigation into Delphi, Carroll County to include the unalivings of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Again, this is Criminal Network. In my opinion, Carroll County retroactively fabricated circumstantial evidence to inculpate Allen in an attempt to make it all go away. Yeah, I'm going to put in my video where I read the document, the motion that they submitted to the court the day before Halloween. I'm going to show you a picture of Brad Holder and Bridge Guy right beside each other. I want to work on getting it out today. If it's not out today, it'll be out early in the morning tomorrow.
We don't know who did it, so please leave us alone.
Not have to worry about the boogeyman coming to their door, because they took boogeymen like me and sent them to other people's doors. And it's just going to be problem after problem for the rest of my life. And
True Crime Addict said, how can Holder's son be at school? The school was closed that day, right? That's what I thought, but he said it was a different part of Indiana, so it might not have been all of Indiana. Like, it might have just been that county. Sometimes certain counties will have a day off while other counties around here are in school. So I don't know. It would be interesting to find out, though, if all the counties in the area had off that day or if just some of them had off.
At this point, I'm just going to have to do the best I can to dodge it. Sleight of hand, bud. David Copperfield made a lot of money with it. David Blaine made a lot of money with it. Sleight of hand.
I'm still going to be known as the pagan cult leader killer Delphi.
You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing his hat, right? Well, how about this hat? This hat trigger you?
What is unfolding in Indiana exemplifies what the framers of the American Constitution sought to prevent: unbridled power. They knew that power could erode objectivity, honesty, and integrity. The reach and authority of the government are immense and far-reaching, but they are not infallible. They are comprised of humans, and humans are prone to corruption. History is replete with examples where the combination of flawed individuals and unchecked power has led to catastrophic outcomes. The presumption of innocence is a cornerstone of any justice system. It means exactly what it says. The accused is presumed innocent until proven guilty. The burden of proof lies entirely with the state, not with the accused, and it does not lie with the accusers, nor does it lie with the accused supporters or the kangaroo court of public opinion. Richard Allen, like anyone accused of a crime, deserves a fair trial free from bias and hasty conclusions. Richard Allen typically parked at the old CPS building or the Mears entrance, though he eventually stopped using the Mears entrance due to parking enforcement. This brings us to a perplexing point. Can we reconcile the image of a man so cunning and ruthless as to commit a double homicide with someone who is simultaneously so cautious about where he parks? This dichotomy raises essential questions about the narrative being constructed around Richard Allen.
That's a beautiful picture. Justin said magician. Yeah, the way they were laid out also resembles the magician and the hanged man tarot cards. I think it resembles tarot cards.
It seems incongruous that someone capable of such a heinous act would also be meticulous about avoiding minor parking infractions. This detail, while seemingly minor, underscores the complexity and inconsistencies in the case against him. Despite having solid legal representation but less than a year of preparation for his trial, Allen, an unconvicted citizen, has been held in maximum security and solitary confinement for 23 hours a day for over 2 years. His Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial has seemingly been disregarded without an evidentiary hearing, sworn witness testimony, or due process. This right, guaranteed by the Constitution, has been effectively nullified with a mere stroke of a pen by a compromised human. Without a conviction, without substantiation, his fundamental rights have been stripped away on what appears to be a whim. And yet there he sits at the Wabash Correctional Facility, placed there by the system without explanation, experiencing the same harsh conditions, isolated and posing no threat to anyone. Consider the evidence, or rather, the lack thereof. The police do not have Allen's DNA, fingerprints, blood type, footprints, a clear picture of the perpetrator's face, or even a definitive height of the suspect. There is no link to the girls. There is no link to friends of the girls. There are no links to Keegan Kline or Tony Kline. There are no links to CSAM. No link to Anthony Schatz. No identifying footprints at or near the crime scene. No fingerprints. No usable DNA, no other video, no proof that the girls crossed the creek, no proof that the crime happened between 2:30 and 3:30 on the 13th. There is absolutely nothing whatsoever besides a planted bullet. That's it. Moreover, critical recordings of key witness interviews have been purposefully deleted. 70 days, to be exact. Exculpatory evidence was withheld until it became apparent that there was knowledge of potential Odinist involvement. Witness statements have been falsified and lied about. Tony Liggett's role in the probable cause affidavit, PCA. Tony Liggett, a key figure in the investigation, stands accused of providing misleading information in the PCA to fit a specific timeline. It's a known fact that Liggett lied in his PCA, further undermining the credibility of the document and the investigation as a whole. He has also been outright accused of lying and manipulating eyewitness accounts to suit his own agenda. Furthermore, it's a known fact that Liggett and Jerry Holman lied in depositions. These discrepancies have raised serious questions about the investigation's direction and integrity. These factors collectively highlight significant gaps and willful actions in the investigation. In light of these discrepancies and the lack of definitive physical evidence, maintaining a belief in Richard Matthew Allen's guilt becomes increasingly difficult for any sane person. Meanwhile, they blatantly ignore glaring inconsistencies in witness descriptions, law enforcement behavior, and the complete lack of any tangible physical evidence linking Allen to the crime scene. According to the police, here are the facts of this case, and these are facts. A video allegedly shows a male walking on a bridge. A male voice says, "Guys, down the hill." The video ends. The girls are subsequently found dead on Ron Logan's property on February 14th, 2017, around 12:15 p.m. Those are the absolute known facts about the murders. Everything else is conjecture, speculation, and hypothetical. In their idiotic hands, justice is reduced to a farce, a clown show. Even more despicable, they revel in their role in the court of public opinion, where they can play judge, jury, and executioner without any responsibility. They have no regard for due process or the principle of innocent until proven guilty. For them, guilt is determined by who can shout the loudest, spin the most sensational story, or misrepresent case evidence. Their legacy is one of chaos and injustice. They've turned this case into their personal circus, making a mockery of the actual victims. Their involvement in the Delphi case is not just unhelpful, it is a travesty of epic proportions. As long as they dominate the narrative, the true pursuit of justice is not just compromised, it's actively undermined. Judge Gold's blatant bias and misconduct warrant her removal from the bench, as her actions undermine the integrity of the legal system and compromise the rights of defendants. Additionally, there must be a complete federal investigation into Superintendent Carter, Holman, Liggett, Abbott, McClelland, Leesenby, and the handling of the Richard Matthew Allen case. Any allegations of corruption, misconduct, or unethical behavior must be thoroughly investigated to ensure accountability and uphold the principles of justice. It's imperative that we restore trust in our legal institutions and ensure that all individuals are treated fairly and impartially under the law. The evidence pointing to a cover-up in the Richard Matthew Allen case is undeniable. It's not simply a matter of procedural errors or investigative mishaps. Rather, it speaks to a more sinister agenda at play. The motive behind these murders and the individuals responsible are being shielded by the very government institutions that are supposed to uphold justice and protect citizens. This is a gross betrayal of the public trust and a violation of the fundamental principles of democracy. The government's role is to serve the interests of the people, not to protect criminals and perpetuate injustice. It's clear that there are powerful forces at work here, manipulating the legal system for their own nefarious purposes. We cannot stand idly by while the rights of innocent individuals are trampled upon and justice is denied.
Yes, true.
It's time for accountability, transparency, and a thorough investigation into the corruption and cover-up surrounding this case. The truth must be brought to light, and those responsible must be held accountable for their actions. Anything less would be a travesty of justice and a stain on the integrity of our legal system. This moment calls for decisive action and an unwavering commitment to justice. Today, it's Richard Allen. Tomorrow, it could be any one of you.
When the truth is uncovered, Allen will be vindicated and exonerated. I hope he gets an appeal. Again, that's going to be Criminal Network. His YouTube is pinned at the top of the chat box there. Criminal Network, tell me who these people are in this pictures while I get them pulled up. I saw them in the documentary. He sent me these, and then I'm going to have to go after this because I have like 30 minutes to cook dinner. Tomorrow I will not be live. Unfortunately, I have to go to the doctor. I have to go once a month. And so I have to do that tomorrow during the day, but I will be back Thursday. Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. I'm pulling these up. Let me pull this up so that I can share them with you. And Criminal Network's going to tell us in the chat box what. Oh Lord, I'm dropping the StreamYard link. Who is in these pictures? You saw them in the video he just made. He had sent these to me while we were live. I don't know that you can see them real clear. I don't think I can zoom in. But you said that this was outside of the Flora firehouse, and obviously the post is made by Brad Holder, and Brad Holder says we had a blot today here. Jagger Tryson's house. Thanks, Rachel Miller, for coming out. Hail the gods, hail Odin's children, hail the tribe of Ginger's path, and hail to all my brothers and sisters online. Criminal Network said that he doesn't get monetization off his videos, that he's just out here to put the truth out, and that was a lot of truth. And then this is a picture of Brad Holder. Flora girls died November 21st, 2016. And then this picture down here is showing that the Flora arson. Okay, so this is where the Flora arson fire happened. Patrick Westfall lived here. That's how far away Patrick Westfall was from the Flora arson fire. What is that, like less than a block? Maybe a block? It's just a short walk down this street. He would pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 houses and that's houses in town that are close together. There's only like maybe 10 feet of distance between them. That's his corporation. That is in Patrick Westfall's backyard in Florida. Okay, so I got it now. So this picture right here that we saw says we had a blot today here at Jagger Tryson house. Thanks, Rachel Miller, for coming out. Hail the gods, hail Odin's children, hail the tribe of Ginger's path, and hail to all my brothers and sisters online. This was posted by Brad Holder. Okay. This again, Brad Holder is the one that looks like Bridge Guy. This is Brad Holder getting some kind of document, probably having to do with Odinism, accepting him into the group. That picture was taken at Patrick Westfall's house right here, and that's where the Flora arson happened. So I wanted to show y'all that before I go. I've got a video that I'm working on that will be out either later tonight or early in the morning, where I am reading the motion that the defense entered the day before Halloween to the court to try to get evidence put to the jury. And I've got some pictures and videos I'm going to throw in there while I'm reading it. And I'm going to try to go over the Frank's memorandum and get that out for you guys too. So that'll be out either later tonight or early in the morning. I want to thank you all for being here so much. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you. And please go check out As the Gavel Drops Discord and Criminal Network's YouTube channel. They all have a lot of great information when it comes to Delphi. I appreciate you letting me use your 2 videos for this stream. I hope you all have a good day. I'm sorry about Delphi. It had me feeling some type of way yesterday as well. I had to get off the internet for a while too and just take a second. That's going to be it for me today. I will be back Thursday, and I hope to see all of you here again. Until then, I hope you all have the best time ever, and we can all try to keep faith that the appeal will go okay. I'll see you all later. Thank you again for being here, and bye.